The Book of Heaven. Volume 29. My life, my sweet Jesus, oh! Come to my aid, do not abandon me. With the power of your most holy will, invest my poor soul and take away from me all that disturbs and tortures me. Make this new sun of peace and love rise in me. Otherwise, I don't feel enough strength to keep making the sacrifice of writing. Already my hand trembles and my pen no longer runs on paper. My love, if you do not help me, if you do not remove from me your righteousness, which puts me in the terrible state where I am, I will feel unable to write even a single word again. Also, help me and I will endeavor to obey him as much as possible, who commands me to write down all that you have told me about your most holy will. As these are past things, I will gather all that concerns your divine will. I felt oppressed and flooded with intense bitterness. Then my sweet Jesus made himself seen in me. He took me in his arms to support me. He said to me, "My daughter, courage, think. May a divine will reign in you and that he is a source of happiness and eternal joy. Bitterness and oppression form clouds around the sun of my will and prevent its rays from shining on your being. My will wants to make you happy. He feels that the happiness he wants to give you is repelled by your bitterness. You have at your disposal a divine Sunday. But because of your bitterness, you feel this rain, who oppresses you and which fills your soul to the brim. You should know that the soul that lives in my will is in the center of the sphere of the divine sun, and that she can say, 'The sun is mine.' But the one who does not live in him is in the circumference of the light that the divine sun spreads everywhere. My will, with its immensity, cannot and will not refuse anyone. It is like the sun which is forced to dispense to all its light, although not everyone wants to receive it. And why? Because my will is light. And because the nature of the light is to give oneself to all. To those who do not want it, as to those who want it. But what is the big difference between the soul that lives in the center of my divine sun and the one that is at its circumference? C'est que la première possède les biais de la lumière, etils sunt infinis. La lumière la défend contre tous les maux. Afin que le péché n'ait pas de vie dans cette lumière. Si des amertums s'élevent, ce sunt comme des nuages qui ne peuvent pas avoir une vie éternelle. Une petite brise de ma volonté suffit pour disperser les nuages les plus larges. Etlm se retrouver plongé au centre de son soleil chuel possède. Especially since the bitterness of those who live in my will is always for my cause. I can say that I feel bitterness with you and that if I see you crying, I cry with you. Because my will makes me inseparable from the one who lives in it. I feel his sufferings more than if they were mine. In fact, my will that resides in this soul. Call my humanity in the one who suffers to make him repeat his life on earth. Oh! What divine wonders occur! New currents are opened between earth and heaven because of this new life of suffering. That Jesus can live in his creature. My heart is human, but it is also divine and possesses the sweetest tenderness. When I see a creature who loves me suffering, the attractions and tendernesses of my heart are so powerful. Then my very tender love liquefies my heart. And he pours out on the sufferings and on the heart of my beloved creature. Therefore, I am with you in suffering and in two ways. As an actor of suffering and as a spectator. So I can enjoy the fruits of my suffering that I want to develop in the creature. For the one who lives in my will, there are suns at the center of his life and we are inseparable. I feel it throbbing in me. And she feels my life throb in the intimacy of her soul. As for the one who lives in the circumference of light, the sun of my divine will spreads everywhere. But this creature does not own the light. For true possession exists only if a property resides in itself and if no one can take it away from you, neither in this life nor in the other. The property outside is subject to danger and cannot provide security. Thus the soul suffers from weakness, inconstancy, and passions. They torment her to the point of feeling distant from her Creator. That's why I always want you in my will, to let me continue my life on earth. I then continued my little acts. Worship, love, praise, and blessing in the divine fiat to my Creator. The divine will then spread them everywhere. For there is no place where he is not found. My ever-kind Jesus added, Dear daughter of my will, you must know that my will does nothing by halves. She does everything so perfectly that she can say, where my will is also my act. Our divinity sees in our divine will the worship and love of his creature. Thus she finds her rest everywhere in her immensity. The creature in our will becomes a pause for us. Nothing is more delicious to us than this rest. This rest is the symbol of the rest we took after creating all of creation. All things on earth and heaven are filled with our divine will. They are like veils that hide it, but silent veils. In their silence they speak eloquently of their Creator. It is actually my will hidden in created things that speaks through these signs. In the sun by heat and light. In the prevailing wind. In the air that forms the breath of creatures. Oh! If the sun, the wind, the air, and all created things could have the good of the word, how many things they could say to their Creator. What is the work of the Supreme Being capable of speaking? It is the creature. We loved her so much in creating her that we gave her the great good of the word. Our will wanted to be spoken in the creature. She wanted to leave the silence of created things. And she formed in her the organ of speech so that she could converse with her. That is why the voice of creatures is a veil that speaks. With her, my will converse eloquently and wisely. The creature does not always say, or do the same thing, such as these created things. Who never change their action and who are always in their position to do the same action that God expects of them. Thus, my will can continually multiply the ways of acting of the creature. We can say that God speaks not only in the voice, but also in the works, the steps, the mind, and the heart of the creatures. But what is not our sadness when we see that this creation that speaks uses the great good of the word to offend us? We see that she uses this gift to offend the donor and to prevent the great prodigy of graces, love, divine knowledge and holiness that I can accomplish in the speaking work of the creature. But for the one who lives in my will, they are voices that speak. Oh! How many things I manifest to him! I am continuously in action. I have complete freedom to do and say surprising things and I perform the prodigy of my will which speaks, loves, and acts in the creature. Therefore, give me full freedom. Then you will see what my will is able to do in you. I was thinking of all that my sweet Jesus had told me. My beloved Lord repeated, My daughter, the substance of our divine being is an immensity of very pure light, which produces an immensity of love. This light possesses all the goods, all the joys, an endless happiness and indescribable beauties. This light invests everything, sees everything, understands everything. For there is for her neither past nor future, but a single act, always in action. This act produces a multiplicity of effects capable of filling the heavens and the earth. The immensity of love produced by our light makes us love our being and everything that comes out of us. Of a love capable of making us perfect lovers. We are capable of nothing but love, give, and ask for love. The echo of our light and love reverberates in the soul of the creature that lives in our will, to transform it into light and love. How happy we are to train our models with our creative hands. If you want to make your Jesus happy, be attentive and make sure that your life is formed only of light and love. I was doing everything I could to surrender myself to the divine will. I was thinking of all the truths about his holy will that my beloved Jesus had manifested to me. Each truth embraced infinity and contained enough light to fill heaven and earth. I felt the power of light and the weight of infinity invade me with indescribable love. They invited me to love them and make them my own by putting them into practice. My mind was lost in such a great light. My sweet Jesus said to me, My daughter, our work on the creature began with creation. It continues in the world. This one contains our creative force. who speaks and forms the most beautiful and wonderful of works. In the work of the 6 fiats that formed the great machine of the universe, I included the man who was to live there and be the king of all our works. But after reordering everything, our love invited us to rest. Rest does not mean that the work is finished. It's a break before you get back to work. Do you want to know when we go back to work? Every time we manifest a truth, we take up the work of creation. All that was said in the Old Testament were rework from work. My coming to earth was nothing but a return to work out of love for creatures. My doctrine, the many truths spoken by my mouth, clearly demonstrated my intense labor for creatures. As in creation, our divine being rested. With my death and resurrection, I also wanted to take a rest, in order to give time to my work to bear fruit among creatures. But it was always a break and not the end of work. Until the end of the centuries, our work will be an alternation of work and rest, rest and work. So you see, my dear daughter, the long work I had to do with you to manifest to you all these truths about my divine will. Our Supreme Being seeks above all to make himself known. So I spared nothing in such a long work. I often took small moments of rest, to give you time to receive my work and to prepare you for other surprises on the work of my creative word. Consequently, be careful to preserve and not lose anything of the work of my word. Its value is infinite and sufficient to save and sanctify an entire world. My abandonment in the divine fiat continues, although I live in the nightmare. Intense bitterness, continuous crying and in an atmosphere of unhealthy agitation, which deprive me of my usual peace and serenity. I am resigned to it, I kiss the hand that hits me. But I feel the fire burning me and the many storms it triggers in my poor existence. My Jesus, help me, do not abandon me. Jesus often tears the veils of thick clouds that surround me by saying a few words of encouragement to me, but I must remain in this state. Then my sweet Jesus surprised me. He said to me, "My dear daughter, courage. Don't be afraid I can ever abandon you. He feels my life in you, and if I would abandon you, this life would be without food to make it grow, without light to make her happy. It would no longer have the procession of my divine life that I myself formed in you. You should know that my life in myself needs nothing to grow and that my life cannot diminish. But the life I form in the creature must to grow. Receive divine nourishment, so that little by little the divine life can fill the whole creature. Therefore, I cannot leave you. If it may seem to you that I am gone and that everything is over between us, I suddenly come back to my little girl to give her the food of my will. You need to know that my will is light and that the one who lives in it acquires its properties. Thus, when she works, his works are filled with light to the point of overflowing and they appear with the properties of the light of its creator. If these are the properties of divine love, they fill the love of the creature. If the creature worships, the properties of divine worship fill the worship of the creature. In short, there is no act of the creature that is not fulfilled by divine properties. In my will, the human will disappears, and the divine properties remain at his disposal. Oh, if everyone could know what it means to live in my divine will, and the great good that they get out of it in the simplest way possible. I then continued my abandonment in the divine fiat. I couldn't say anything other than my I love you in God's deeds. I thought to myself, Jesus, my love, my I love you flows in your breath, on your tongue, in your voice and in the smallest particles of your adorable person. By doing this, the beloved of my life was seen placing my I love you in his heart, outside and inside his divine person. He enjoyed it so much that he encouraged me to repeat all the I love you that I could in order to see them in all his being. Then hugging me, he said to me, "My daughter, love is life. When this love comes out of the soul that lives in my will, it possesses the virtue of forming the life of love in God himself. The substance of divine life is love. Thus the creature forms in God another divine life. and we feel it formed within us by the creature. It is the divine will that allows the creature to form the divine life, the life of love in God. This life, which the creature has formed with his love united with our will, is the triumph of God and of the creature. We take this triumph of divine life formed by the creature to give this good to all creatures. We give it as a precious gift from the little girl of our will. We look forward to her coming with her love to form other divine lives in our Supreme Being. My daughter, our love is not sterile. It contains the seed capable of generating continual life. When you said your I love you, in the beating of my heart, in my breath, I generated another beat, another breath, and so on. I felt in me the generation of your I love you, which formed the new life of my love. Oh! How I was happy to think. May my daughter form my own life in me, all of love. If you knew how moving this act of the creature is, who gives God to God with his love, how much he delights us. And in our rapture we give another love, in order to have the satisfaction of having to repeat our new lives of love. Therefore, love very much and you will make your sweet Jesus happier. I live very bitter days and my poor existence is a nightmare. My Jesus, help me. Don't abandon me. You've always been so good to me. You have supported me with so much love in the struggles of my life. Don't abandon me when the attacks are now more furious. My love, show your power. You see, Jesus, that they are not demons, which I could put on the run by a sign of the cross. But they are superiors that only you can put in this position. I am the poor condemned and I myself do not know what I have done. Oh! That my story is sad. They said that they wanted to put me under the direction of another priest delegated by the bishop and who will bring doctors to have all the evidence he wants. I will be abandoned by others and placed under his authority. I burst into tears upon learning of this, without being able to stop. My eyes are like fountains. I spend the night crying and praying to Jesus to give me strength and to put an end to this storm. You see, my love, I said to him, I have been in continuous struggle for more than 2 months. Struggles with creatures. Struggles with you so that you do not make me fall into suffering. How much does it cost me to fight with my Jesus? But no, because I didn't want to suffer, but because I can no longer bear the situation. I will stop crying when he agrees to free me from problems with this priest. Because it's always war. And I cried so bitterly that I felt my blood flowing like poison in my veins, so I often felt like I was dead and couldn't breathe. I kept crying and sobbing. I was in that sea of tears. My Jesus hugged me and said tenderly, as if he were going to weep too, my dear daughter, don't cry anymore. I can't stand it anymore. Your tears have reached the depths of my heart and your bitterness is so vivid that it is about to burst. Courage, my daughter. Know that I love you very much and that this love does violence to me to satisfy you. If, until now, I have sometimes suspended you from the state of suffering, it was to make it clear that it is my will that continues to hold you as I have done for 46 years. But now that they want to put you at the foot of the wall, they place me in the condition where I must use my permissive will to suspend you from the state of victim. Therefore, do not be afraid. For now I will no longer communicate my sufferings to you. I will no longer extend into you in such a way that you remain stiff and motionless. So you won't need anyone anymore. Stay calm, my daughter. They don't want you to fall into suffering anymore and I won't do it again. You must know that the state of suffering in which I put you was my humanity who wanted to continue in you his life of suffering. My will now remains in you the most important thing. You must give me your word. That you will always live in her. That you will be the sacrificed, the victim of my will. Assure me, my dear daughter, that you will not omit anything I have taught you to do. And continue what you've done in my Fiat until now. The most important thing for your Jesus is to secure the rights of my will in your soul. Therefore, tell me that you will give me satisfaction. And me, my Jesus, I promise, I swear, I want to continue to do what you taught me. But you must not leave me. For I can do everything with you, but without you I am not good at anything. Jesus said, Fear not, I will not leave you. Know that I love you and that it was they who led me to stop making you fall into this state of suffering. It is my love for you, seeing you cry so hard, that has conquered my will to make him say, Enough is enough. But know that calamities will rain down now. They deserve them. If they do not accept the victims I want and how I want them, they deserve to be severely punished. And don't think I'll do that on the same day. Let some time pass and you will see what my justice has prepared. I spent the first day without arguing with Jesus, who had assured me that he would not make me fall into suffering. So I no longer had to ask to be able to accept the sufferings that Jesus wanted to give me. But if the struggle was over, I was left with the fear that my beloved Jesus might take me by surprise. In order to calm me down, he said to me, My dear daughter, do not be afraid, Jesus has told you enough. I am not a creature for breaking my word. I am God, and when I have spoken, I do not change. I told you that even if they do not calm down, I will not make you fall into suffering. And so it will be. And even if the world is turned upside down because of my righteousness who wants to punish creatures, I will keep my word. Because you must know that nothing can appease my righteousness and change the greatest punishments into rescripts of grace, except voluntary suffering. And the real victims are not the ones who suffer by necessity, illness, or accident. For the world is filled with these sufferings. The real victims are those who have willingly agreed to suffer what I want them to suffer, and as I wish. They are the victims who look like me. My suffering was entirely voluntary. They could not have caused me the slightest suffering if I had not wanted it. That's why I almost always asked you, when I had to make you fall into suffering, if you willingly accepted it. Forced or necessary suffering is not much before God. What manages to delight and bind God himself is voluntary suffering. If you knew how much you have hurt my heart by putting yourself in my hands like a little lamb so that I can bind you and make of you what I wanted. I took away your movement, I petrified you. I can say that I made you feel mortal suffering and you let me do it. It was nothing yet. For the worst thing was that you could not get out of the state in which your priest had placed you if one of my ministers did not come to remind you of obedience. This is what made you a real victim. Not even to a sick person or prisoners. The possibility of seeking help in cases of extreme need is not taken away. It was to you alone that my love had prepared the greatest cross. For I wanted and still want to do great things with you. The greater my purposes, the more unusual is the cross I form. I can say that there has never been a cross in the world like the one that with so much love your Jesus prepared for you. Therefore my sadness is indescribable to see myself upset by creatures, whatever their position of authority, regarding how I want to act with souls. They want to dictate laws to me as if theirs are more important than mine. My pain is therefore great and my justice wants to punish these people who are for me the cause of such great suffering. I followed my actions in the divine will I presented. The sacrifices offered by the saints of the Old Testament. Those of my Heavenly Mother. All the sacrifices of my beloved Jesus, with everything else. The divine will places them all in order before my mind. I offered them as the most beautiful tribute to my Creator. I was doing this when my sweet Jesus manifested himself in me and he said to me, My daughter, in all that the saints may have done or suffered in the course of the history of the world, there is no sacrifice in which my will has not participated with its strength, help and support. When the soul offers these sacrifices to God in homage of glory, by recalling the memory of this sacrifice and this work, my divine will recognizes them and grants virtue to redouble the glory of this sacrifice. A true good never ceases to exist, neither in heaven nor on earth. It is enough for a creature to recall it and offer it. Glory is renewed in heaven and the effects of this good descend on the earth for the good of the creatures. In fact, isn't this the brief course of my life on earth? Which is the life of my church? who feeds her and serves as her master. I can say that these are my sufferings that sustain her, and my doctrines which teach it, that all the good I have done does not die, but continues to live, to grow, and to give oneself to those who want it. And when the creature remembers them, she is already in touch with my property. When they offer them, they redouble their duplicate to give themselves to her. And I feel the glory of what I did out of love for creatures. She who works in my divine will acquires this virtue of rebirth. My fiat hastens to place the seed of light that has the virtue of reviving every moment and every act. Like the sun that rises for every plant and every flower, because it does not give the same thing to all. It produces an effect on the plant and gives a color to the flower, and to each a distinct color. It is the same for the acts performed in my divine will. They expose themselves to the rays of my divine sun, and they receive the seed of light that raises a variety of distinct beauties and colors in each act of the creature. And one act calls for another. So that the one who lives in my will with the seed of light reanimated always gives me new things and always dwells in the act of resuscitation of the love, glory, and life of its creator. After which I continued my deeds in the divine will. I wanted to embrace everything in order to place everything created in my worship, my love, my gratitude for the one who had loved me so much and who had created so many things out of love for me. My sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, great is the love of my fiat for the one who lives and works in my divine will when he sees the smallness of the creature who goes to all created things to put his little acts in order to say that not only does she love this divine will, but that she wants to recognize all her actions as so many tokens of love. Love makes another love rise. My will grants the soul the rights of divine goods. Thus every act performed by the creature is a right it acquires over the property of its creator. It is therefore by right that she feels loved by the Supreme Being. For she placed her love in eternal love. And she has acquired the right to be loved. The love of the creature and the divine love are thus merged. And the parties each feel the right to love each other. It is by right that the creature receives sunlight, breathes air, drinks water, feeds on the fruits of the earth, and so on. Oh, how great is the difference of the one who enjoys the right of divine goods! She can be called a girl, while the others are only servants. And the creature that holds these rights gives us the love of a child. Selfless love. A love that speaks true love. Therefore, always live in my will. In order to feel in you all the love of divine fatherhood. I continue to live in the bitterness of my present state. Thought. That my beloved Jesus rains down calamities and that people are naked and hungry tortures me. The idea that my beloved remained alone in his suffering and that I no longer participate with him is for me a torment. It seems to me. May Jesus be careful not to let me fall into suffering as before, and that he hides all the sufferings in himself to leave me free. Seeing me afflicted, it seems to me that her intense love makes her put her sufferings aside to turn to my affliction and tell me, my daughter, courage. Your Jesus still loves you and his love has not diminished in any way. This is because it was not you who refused me suffering. No, my daughter would never have done that, and they were the ones who forced her and me to give you peace and make you see that it is indeed I who have kept you for so many years in this state of suffering. That it was neither a disease nor a natural cause, but it was my paternal goodness who wanted to have a creature which could compensate for my sufferings on earth, and this for the good of all. And now they forced me because of their demands to stop your suffering by making you take a break. This clearly shows that it was your Jesus who was the author of your state. But I cannot hide my pain, which is so great that I can say that creatures have never caused me anything like it in the whole history of the world. My heart is so torn by this pain that I am forced to hide the deep tear from you so as not to increase your bitterness. Seeing the indifference of some, and you know who they are, who behave as if they had done nothing to me, it increases my pain and forces my justice to continue this reign of calamities. My daughter, I've already told you. If I have to suspend you for a single month from your state of suffering, they will see how many punishments will fall on the face of the earth. And while my righteousness will take its course, I will continue to make known to you my divine will, and you will receive the benefits of his knowledge. For every knowledge makes the life of my will grow in you. Each act performed in this new knowledge of my fiat thus extends its kingdom in your soul. Especially since creatures cannot enter into my divine will to disturb us and to dictate their laws to us. We will therefore be free to do what we want with complete freedom. So be careful to continue to cross its endless seas. While he was saying this, my little intelligence felt carried into an inaccessible abyss of light. This light hid all the joys and beauties. She seemed to be light, but looking inside, there was no possessions she didn't own. My sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, our divine being is a very pure light. A light that contains everything, fills everything, sees everything, accomplishes everything. A light whose limits, height, and depth no one can see. The creature gets lost in our light, because it does not see its shores or its doors to get out. And if the creature takes this light, it is only small drops that fill it until it overflows. But our light does not diminish in any way, because it is replaced immediately by the resuscitation of our light. So that our divine being is always at the same level, in perfect balance. We can give as much as we want. If we can find the souls who want to take from what is ours, without us losing anything. In truth, if we find a soul that wants to take, we set to work. Because you have to know that there is in us absolute rest. That nothing is to be done and that there is nothing to remove or add. Our happiness is complete and complete. Our joys are always new, and our will one, gives us perfect rest with the beatitudes of our divine being, which has no beginning or end. So that this abyss of light that you see, contains an abyss of joy, power, beauty, love, and so many other things. We, in our bliss, rest in them. Because one can call true and absolute rest, where nothing is missing and to which nothing should be added. Instead of our divinity, it is our work that goes to the field, and that field is the creatures. These same divine qualities that, in us, give rest, outside of us are at work. And then we put our will to work for the good of the creatures. It is this divine fiat that we put to work in creation, from which all things came out. Who never leaves his work and works ceaselessly, he works for the preservation of all things. A labor. Who wants to be known? Who wants to reign? A labor. Who brings other souls into the light of day in the world where he forms his admirable designs. To develop his work and to be able to work always. He also works by recalling souls within eternity. Our divine will is the tireless worker, who spares no effort, not even for the one who does not recognize it. Our love is at work as well as our mercy, our power, and also our justice for the good of creatures. Otherwise our Supreme Being would not be balanced and perfect. For there would be a weakness in him if our righteousness were to be set aside when there are every reason to let it take its course. You see that it is the creatures that are our work. For out of the enthusiasm of our love leads us to work to love them always. For if our work of love were to cease, creation would fall back into nothingness. My abandonment continues in the divine fiat. I did my deeds in him so that I could unite with his actions. Thus all creation lined up before my mind. He told me in his silent language that the divine will had loved me as many times as he had created things and that it was now my turn to love him in everything created, and to return to him so many acts of love. So that his love and mine may not remain isolated, but that they may keep each other company. Meanwhile, my sweet Jesus had penetrated so far into the depths of my soul that I was not given to see him, and he said to me, "My daughter, our love for the creature was in us ab eterno, we have always loved her. But our first love was externalized outside of us in creation. Our fiat in pronouncing itself created point by point the sky, the sun, etc. exteriorizing thus in each thing created our contained love of all eternity for creatures. But you know, my daughter, that one love calls for another. Our externalized love in the creation of the universe has experienced how sweet the expression of love is. It is only by externalizing it that love is expressed, and that one tastes how sweet it is to love. That is why our love has begun to be externalized. No longer knew peace before creating the one for which he had begun to externalize himself by sowing love in all created things. Thus love flowed powerfully into us in his will. To make a complete act of love, calling man out of nothingness. 2. To give him the being and to create in him our own life of love. Without creating in him the life of love to be loved in return, there would have been no reason, divine or human, to externalize so much love towards man. If we loved him so much, it was reasonable and just that he should love us. But having nothing of its own, it suited our wisdom in ourselves to create the life of love in order to be loved in return by the creature. You see, my daughter, the excess of our love. Before creating man, it was not enough for us to have externalized our love in creation, but manifesting our divine being, our qualities. We have deployed seas of power and we have loved it in our power. We have deployed seas of holiness, beauty, love, etc., and we have loved him in our holiness, beauty and love. These seas were to be used to invest man so that he could find in all our qualities the echo of our power of love and love us with this power of love. Of a holy love, of a love of enchanting beauty. And it was after these seas of our divine qualities came out of us that we created man by enriching him with our qualities, as much as it could contain, in order to that he too has an act capable of echoing in our power, in our love, in our goodness, and that he can love us with our own qualities. We wanted the man not as a servant, but as a child. Not poor, but rich. Not outside our property, but in our heritage. To confirm all this, we have given him as life and as law our will. This is why we love the creature so much, because it comes from us. Not loving what comes from yourself is stranger to nature and contrary to reason. I felt my poor mind immersed in the endless light of the divine will. I sought to follow his actions in creation. I said to myself, I would like to be heaven so that I can extend everywhere and over all my love, adoration, and glory to my Creator. I would like to be the sun and have enough light to fill heaven and earth, convert everything into light and launch into that light my continual cry of, I love you, I love you. My spirit said this nonsense when my sweet Jesus was seen, and he said to me, my daughter, all creation symbolizes God, the order of the diversity of saints and souls. Its harmony, the union that all creation possesses. Order, inseparability. Everything symbolizes the celestial hierarchy with its creator at the head. Look at the sky that stretches everywhere and contains under its azure vault all the things created. It reigns over all in such a way that no one can escape his sight and his empire. Oh, how much it symbolizes God, who extends everywhere his empire from which no one can escape. This sky that contains everything, however, presents a wide variety of created things. Some are as close as the stars which, seen from below, appear small although they are very large, and with a variety of colors and beauties. In their dizzying race with all creation, they form a symphony and the most beautiful music. Their movement produces music so beautiful that no music here on earth can be compared to it. These stars seem to live from the sky and identify with it. It is the symbol of the souls who will live in the divine will. They are so close to God and so identified with him that they will receive all the variety of divine qualities, of which they will live to form the most beautiful ornament of heaven for their Creator. My daughter, look again. Under the sky, but as if detached from it and between heaven and earth, one can see the sun, a star created for the good of the earth. Its light goes up and down, as if she wanted to embrace both heaven and earth. It can be said that as his light touches the sky, he lives from the sky. It is a symbol of those souls chosen by God to bring down the graces from heaven and bring them back to earth as a reminder to live in the divine will. The first of these chosen souls is my Heavenly Mother, unique as the sun, which extends its wings of light. Its light rises upwards and descends downwards in order to reunite God and man, to reconcile him with his Creator and to lead him to him by his light. The stars seem to live for themselves, united to the divine sky. But the sun lives from God to give itself to all. Its mission is to do good to all. Such is the sun of the sovereign queen. But this sun will not be alone. For many other little suns will rise that will draw their light from this great Sunday. It will be these few souls who will have the mission to make my divine will known. So what is below, the land, the sea, the plants, the flowers, the trees, the mountains, the forests in bloom, all symbolize the saints and all those who enter through the door of salvation. But see the big difference. The sky, the stars, the sun do not need the earth, it is they on the contrary who give a lot to the earth. They give her life and support her. Even more, all the things created by us in the heights are still in their position. Never change. Do not grow or decrease. Because their fullness is such that they don't need anything. On the contrary, the land, plants, sea, etc., change. They sometimes have a beautiful appearance to then disappear completely. They need everything: water, light, heat, seeds to reproduce. What a difference! Things created in heights can give and need only God to preserve themselves. On the other hand, the land needs not only God, but everything else. If a human hand did not come to work on it, it would remain sterile without producing much. Here's the difference. The soul that lives in my will needs only God to live. But the one who did not initially implore the help and support of all, if he lacks this support, it remains like the earth that does not know how to produce a great good. Consequently, if you want to need only your Jesus, that your life and the beginning of all your deeds be only in my will, you will always find me ready, more eager to give it to you than you to receive it. On the contrary, the help and support of creatures is given shabbily and unwillingly, so that the one who receives them feels the bitterness. My help, on the contrary, brings joy and happiness. After which I continued my I love you in the divine fiat. I thought, but is my love pure? And my beloved Jesus added, my daughter, a look in yourself will tell you if you give me pure love. If your heart throbs, sighs, and desires only my love. If your hands work only for my love. If your feet walk only out of love. If your will desires only my love. If your intelligence is always looking for a way to love me, do you know then what your I love you does? It brings together all the love you have in you, to make it one act of pure and complete love for your Jesus. Your word then only exteriorizes the love you have within you. But if in you everything is not love, and if the fountain of love is missing, this love cannot be pure or complete. My abandonment in the divine will continues. But the circumstances in which I find myself are so numerous that my poor human will seems to want to come out by all parts of my being, to have any act of life. And I feel crushed and broken under the enormous weight of my human will. Oh! As it is true to say that he is the cruelest of tyrants. My Jesus, help me, do not abandon me, do not leave me under the authority of my will. If you want, you can place it under the sweet empire of your divine will. And my beloved Jesus was seen in me after hearing me. He said to me, my daughter, courage, don't worry so much. Suffering under the weight of one's own will is a most painful suffering. And if you had wanted to, it would no longer be suffering and it would be changed into satisfaction. Feeling his will is one thing. Wanting his will is another. So remove from your mind the idea that you always sin because you feel your will. Therefore, do not be afraid. I'm watching over you. And when I see that your will wants to have its life in you, I make you suffer to make it die of suffering. Trust your Jesus, because what hurts you more is distrust. Ah! It is always the human will that disturbs the soul. Even when I hold her in my arms. And this suffering. To feel the weight of human wills, how much your Jesus felt it. Because she has accompanied me all my life. Therefore, unite your will to mine. Offer them for the triumph of my will in souls. Put everything aside and come and rest in my divine will. She awaits you with so much love at the center of my heart to love you. And the most beautiful love she wants to give you is rest in your sufferings. Oh! How sweet it is to see our little girl resting. She who loves us and we who love it. And while you rest, my will wants to rain down on you the heavenly dew of its light. In the unity of his light, he always does an act without ever ceasing to do it. And an act that can be called complete. Because it is not subject to any interruption. This act never interrupted. Says it all. Embraces everything and loves all creatures. From its heights where this act never says it's enough. He projects an infinity of effects that make him hold in his hand the sky and the earth. And it communicates the celestial dew of effects. His holiness. His love and from his divine life to creatures. But it's so that the creature converts them into acts so that it feels in itself the act of divine life. The light of our holiness and of his love. The creature that lives in my will trains his life and food there, and grows under the rain of celestial dew of the unique act of its creator. And these effects transformed into acts in the creature form his little son who says with his little reflections, love, glory, and honor continually to the one who created me. So much so that the divine Son and the Son formed by my divine will in the creature meet continuously. Injure each other. The little Son is transformed into the immense Son of the Eternal. Together they form the life of a reciprocal and never interrupted love. This continual love intoxicates and puts to sleep the human will. It provides the most beautiful rest to the creature. After which I followed my actions in the divine will. I understood how. When we are prepared to do an act, before we can perform this act, the divine will places his first act in it. In order to give life to the act in the creature. My sweet Jesus added. My daughter, every act of the creature is threefold. First of all, the act is formed in the creative force. Based on the act of the creative force, the creature forms the act of his acting love that is nourished by the creative force. According to the intensity of the creature's love, its prolixity, this act will have a value. And so he receives more or less food from the creative force. Nothing is more delicious, more pleasing, and more pleasing to God than to nourish the deeds of the creature. Because when we see that there is us in the human act, we feel ownership of it. Recognized by them, we feel them as affiliates. Not as distant children, but close, unified to us. Forming for us a crown of children who rightly want what is ours. It is with joy that with all our love we nourish their actions so that nourished by us, they become noble children worthy of their heavenly Father. After the act of the creative force, and the acting act of love of the creature comes the act of the love of fulfillment. An act is not performed and cannot be given its fair value if it lacks even a comma, a period, any nuance. If one cannot attribute a value to an unfinished work, it can reap neither honor nor glory. Therefore, acting love is followed by grateful love. This is about thanking and giving to God what is God's. The creature received from God the primordial act. She continued it by bringing her love to it. But nourished by God, she accomplishes it with even greater love. And it gives back to God what had its origin in God. This is the last point and the most beautiful nuance of the creature's act. To this one God himself grants his divine appreciation. He feels honored and glorified by the small gift received. By virtue of this he gives the creature other opportunities to perform new acts. In order to always keep her close to him and to maintain contact with her. I find myself again in the nightmare of my usual suffering. After a month of respite where my sweet Jesus no longer immobilized me, I returned to the starting point. During this period it was as if I had emptied myself of all my sorrows. Since my sweet Jesus no longer kept me stiff or motionless. Before, in my state of suffering, life seemed to want to leave me. So much she was suffocated. I no longer had the slightest control of myself. I waited with a patience that only Jesus could give me, the confessor. He had to call me to obedience and give me back the movement and bring me out of the abyss where I was. So I felt free. Although I loved to share Jesus' sufferings, my nature triumphed. Especially since I didn't need anyone anymore. That is why, finding myself bound and hindered again in the abyss as before, my poor nature feels such repugnance. If my sweet Jesus does not come to my aid, does not strengthen me, does not attract me with special graces, I do not know what I could do not to fall back into this state of suffering. Ah! My Jesus, help me! You who supported me during so many years of intense sorrows. Oh, if you want me to continue, be my support and use your mercy to this poor sinner so that I do not oppose your most holy will. I found myself between the repugnances and the fears of finding myself in my usual sufferings. Then my adorable Jesus, showing himself deeply saddened, said to me, "My daughter, what is there? Don't you want to suffer with me any more? Want to leave me alone? You want to take away from me the rights you have granted me so often to be able to do with you what I want? My daughter, do not cause me this sorrow, surrender yourself in my arms and let me do what I want. And me, my love, sorry, you know the struggles I am waging and in what deep humiliations I have been thrown. If things had remained as before, had I ever refused you anything? Think, therefore, my Jesus, of what you are doing and what labyrinth you are throwing me into if you make me fall back into my usual sufferings. If I tell you Fiat, I tell you forcefully, but I feel like I'm dying. Jesus, Jesus, help me. My dear daughter, do not be afraid. Humiliation is the bearer of glory. The contempt of creatures brings divine appreciation and abandonment to their contempt recalls the faithful company of your Jesus. Also, let me do it. If you knew how armed justice is, you would not oppose it and you would rather ask me to make you suffer in order to spare your brothers in part. Other regions will be devastated and misery is at the gates of cities and nations. My heart feels such tenderness when I see the state of desolation and upheaval to which the earth is reduced. My tenderness, so sensitive to creatures, becomes offended by the harshness of the human heart. Oh! How intolerable is the hardness of the human heart! Especially since mine is all tenderness and kindness towards them. A hard heart is capable of all evils. He comes to make fun of the suffering of others. He transforms the tenderness of my heart for him into suffering and deep wounds. The most beautiful prerogative of my heart is tenderness. The fibers, affections, desires, love, beatings of my heart all originate from tenderness. So much so that my fibers are tender. My affections and desires are most tender. My love and my heartbeat are so tender that my heart is liquefied with tenderness. This tender love makes me love creatures so much that I am happy to suffer myself rather than see them suffer. A love that is not tender is as a food without seasoning. Like an aged beauty who does not know how to attract someone to be loved. Like a flower without perfume, an arid fruit and without flavor. A hard and unrespectful love is unacceptable. He does not have the virtue of being loved by anyone. So my heart suffers so much when I see the harshness of the creatures, that they come to change my graces into calamities. Suddenly, I felt swept away by a supreme force, which I couldn't resist. Despite my great repugnance, I surrendered myself to the divine will, my only refuge. And Jesus, to give me strength, was seen for a brief moment. He said to me, "My daughter, in creating man, our divinity exteriorized, holiness, love, goodness, beauty, and so on. They were going to allow the creature to become holy, good, to have exchanges of love with us. But our possessions have not been taken entirely by man, and they are waiting for someone to come and take them. So, come into our possessions, come and take the crumbs of holiness, love, goodness, beauty, firmness. I'm talking about crumbs compared to what you will leave behind. For our goods are immense. What the creature can take is comparable to crumbs, although it is filled with them to the point of overflowing. Our love is then happy to see the beloved creature, within our possessions, filled to the brim. Those crumbs she takes to our heavenly table are as many divine dishes, different, one as the other, on which it feeds. When she gives us her deeds, nourished by divine crumbs, who possess holiness, goodness, firmness, love, and great beauty, we immediately recognize in them our divine nourishment. Oh, how happy we are to receive these divine acts! We smell our perfumes. We touch our holiness and goodness, and we feel rewarded for the crumbs we have given him. My abandonment continues in the holy will. But I feel my repugnance alive and well as I fall into the state of habitual suffering. These repugnances are caused by the struggles I have to support and the conditions they impose on me. In the bitterness of my soul, I said to my Jesus, "My love, you want to make me fall into suffering and even offense, but I don't want to oppose my will to yours. You want to do it and I will. But on my own, I don't want to do anything." Jesus, all saddened, said to me, "My daughter, what could I do with your suffering without your will? I could not do anything with it. They could not serve me to disarm divine justice or to appease my righteous contempt. For the most beautiful and precious thing the creature possesses is the will. Its gold and everything else is just superficial and substanceless things. Suffering in itself has no value. On the other hand, if the golden thread of spontaneous will runs in suffering, it has the virtue of changing them into very pure gold, worthy of the one who suffered voluntarily to the point of dying for the love of creatures. If I wanted suffering without will, it is so prevalent in the world that I could take it if I wanted it. These sufferings lack the golden thread of the will. They do not attract me, do not hurt my heart. Nor do I find in it the echo of my voluntary suffering. They therefore do not have the virtue of changing calamities into graces. Suffering without will is empty. Without fullness of grace, without beauty, without power over my divine heart. A quarter of an hour of voluntary suffering surpasses the most atrocious suffering in the world. Because the latter are of a human nature, while voluntary suffering is divine. Therefore, from the little girl of my will, I would never accept his suffering without the spontaneity of his will. That's right. Who has made you beautiful and graceful? Which opened the current of the manifestations of my divine will. And this, with magnetic force, pushed me to visit your souls so often. Your will sacrificed voluntarily for my love was my smile and my amusement. She had the virtue of changing my sorrows into joys. I would rather keep the sufferings to myself, rather than making you suffer without the spontaneous consent of your will. It would degrade you and bring you down into the depths of human will, then losing the noble title and precious characteristic of daughter of my will. The forced act does not exist in my will. No one forced her to create the sky, the sun, the earth, man himself. She did everything voluntarily, without anyone telling her anything, out of love for the creatures. Yet my will knew that it would have to suffer for their cause. That is why I do not want to force anyone to live in my will. Being forced is human nature. Force is powerless, it is mutability, it is the true character of the human will. Therefore, be attentive, my dear daughter. Let us not change anything and do not cause this sorrow to my heart already so afflicted. Drowned in my bitterness, I said to him, "My Jesus," and yet those above me say to me, "How is this possible? For 4 or 5 people who wanted to do evil, he would send so many punishments?" Our Lord is reasonable. It is because there are many sins that there are all these calamities. And there are many other things they say and know. And Jesus, all goodness, answered, "My daughter, how wrong they are. It is not for the sin of 4 or 5 that with such perfidy they have come even to slander, these will be punished individually. But it was for the support they took away from me. Your suffering serves as a support for me. If this support is taken away from me, my justice finds no one to support it. Remaining without support, it reigned. During the time when you have been freed from your usual sufferings, a continual reign of terrible calamities. If there had been this support, even if the calamities were to happen, there would have been the 10th or 5th. Even more. That this support was formed of voluntary suffering desired by me, and that in voluntary suffering, he enters a divine force. Such that I could say that I was supporting myself in your sufferings to support my righteousness. Without your sufferings, I lack the material to form support, and my justice remains free to do what it wants. This should make them understand the great good I have done to everyone and to the whole world, by keeping you for so many years in a state of voluntary suffering. Therefore, if you do not want my righteousness to continue shaking the earth, do not deny me your voluntary suffering. I will help you. Don't be afraid. Let me do it. After which I surrendered myself entirely to the divine Fiat with fear. To be able to refuse something to Jesus and to fail to always do the divine will. This fear tears my soul apart and disturbs me. It is only in the presence of Jesus that I find peace. But if I lose sight of him, I fall back into the storm of fears, and repugnances. To comfort me, my sweet Jesus added, "My dear daughter, courage, get up, do not overwhelm yourself. Do you want to know how the light of my divine will is formed in your soul? Repeated desires are like so many breaths. Blowing on your soul, they call. Small flames. The little drops of light that ignite in you. The more intense the desires, the more breaths there are to nourish and intensify the small flame. If the breath stops, the small flame may be extinguished. Thus, to form and ignite the small flame, one must have these true and incessant desires. For the light to grow and develop, it takes the love contained in the seed of light. You would blow in vain with your desires if the flammable material was missing from your repeated breaths. But who makes this little flame safe? In such a way as to make it imperishable, without risk of extinguishing? The acts performed in my divine will. They take the fiery material of the small flame of our eternal light, which is not subject to extinction. They keep it alive and always growing. And the human will is eclipsed and blinded before this light. Blind, she no longer feels entitled to act and leaves the poor creature in peace. Therefore, do not be afraid, I will help you breathe. We will blow together. The small flame will become more beautiful and brighter. My abandonment continues in the arms of the most holy and supreme will. I am under the thick clouds of inexpressible bitterness, which takes away from me the beauty of the divine light which I feel hidden behind the clouds. When I say my I love you and do my deeds in the Fiat, he forms thunder. Making lightning gush, he tears the clouds. Through these openings, the brilliant light enters into my soul and brings me the light of truth that Jesus wants to manifest to his little creature. It seems to me that the more I repeat my I love you, the more thunderclaps and lightning tear the clouds to touch my Jesus, who sends me his light to announce his visit to his little girl filled with bitterness. I was in this state when my beloved Jesus came, compassionate and afflicted. The grave offenses he had received had broken his arms. Throwing himself into mine, he asked me for help in the midst of so much suffering. I don't know how to resist him. Hugging him, I felt that he was communicating his sufferings to me. But to such an extent that I felt like I was dying. I had fallen into the abyss of my state of suffering. Fiat. However, the thought of being able to relieve Jesus with my little sufferings gave me peace. Jesus had left me alone in my sufferings. He then came back and said to me, "My daughter, true love cannot do nothing, nor suffer anything without the one who loves me taking part. How sweet is the company of the people who are dear to us in suffering. Their presence alleviates for me the sufferings and I feel them that give me back life. Bringing myself back to life through suffering is the greatest love I can find in the creature. I give it back my life in exchange. Love is then so great that they exchange the gift of life. But do you know what drew me into your arms to ask you for help in my suffering? It was the continual thunder of your I love you and the lightning that prompted me to come and throw me into your arms to ask you to help me. You should also know that my divine will is heaven and that your humanity is earth. By doing your deeds in my divine will, you take heaven. The more you perform deeds, the more you take your place in the sky of my fiat. And as you take heaven, my will takes your earth. Heaven and earth are merged and thus remain lost in each other. After which I continued my abandonment in the divine fiat. My beloved Jesus returned with his open heart from which the blood flowed freely. In this divine heart, all the sufferings of Jesus, suffered in all parts of his divine person, were centralized. Because that's where it is. The head office and the beginning of all his sufferings. They circulate through all his most holy humanity, like so many streams that go up to his most holy heart. And they bring with them the torments of his divine person. Jesus added, "My daughter, how much I suffer. Look at this heart. How many injuries. How much pain. How much suffering he hides. He is the refuge of all suffering. There is no pain, spasm of pain or offense that does not rise in this heart. My sufferings are so numerous, no longer able to sustain its bitterness. I am looking for the creature who will agree to take a small part of it to allow me a sigh of relief. When I find her, I hold her so tightly together that I don't know how to leave her. I don't feel alone anymore. I have someone to whom I can make my sufferings understood, to whom I can entrust my secrets and in whom I can pour out my flames of love that consume me. That is why I often ask you to accept some of my suffering. Because there are so many of them. And if I don't go to my children for help, who should I go to? I would stay like a father without children, who has no descendants, or ungrateful children have given up. Ah, no, no, you won't abandon me, will you, my daughter? And me, my Jesus, I will never abandon you. But you will give me grace, you will help me in the conditions I am in right now. Because you know how difficult they are. My Jesus, help me, for I too say to you with my heart, oh, don't abandon me, don't leave me alone. Oh, how much I need you alive. Help me. Help me. And Jesus, adopting a very gentle aspect, took my poor soul in his hands, and in the depths of my soul he wrote, I put my will in this creature, as beginning, middle, and end. Then he repeated, my daughter, I put my divine will in your soul as the beginning of life. From there will descend all your deeds as from a single point, spreading throughout your being, in your soul and in your body. They will make you feel the pulsating life of my divine will in you. My will hide in him all your deeds as in a sanctuary, in accordance with his divine beginning. Having my divine will as the beginning, you will remain wholly ordained to your Creator. You will recognize that every beginning comes from God, and you will give us glory in the exchange of love, of all the things created out of our creative hands. By doing this, you will embrace the work of creation, of which we are the beginning, life, and conservation. From the beginning, you will pass in the middle. You must know that man, by withdrawing from our divine will, refused to acknowledge the beginning and he got messy. He remained fragile, without support, without strength. With every step, he felt inclined to fall like if the ground could slip under his feet and the sky could trigger a terrible storm on his head. It now takes a medium to strengthen the earth and make the sky smile. It is my coming to earth that is this environment, which brings together heaven and earth, God and man. To the one that contains my divine will as the beginning, the environment will be revealed to her. It will embrace the entire work of the redemption. It will give glory and the exchange of love. Of all the sufferings I have suffered to redeem man. But if there is a beginning and a middle, there must be an end. The end of man is heaven. For the one that contains my divine will as the beginning. All his actions flow into heaven as an end where this soul must arrive, the beginning of his beatitude that will have no end. Having my divine will as an end. You will give me glory and the exchange of love in this happy heavenly sojourn that I have prepared for creatures. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive. I will seal in your soul my divine will, as beginning, middle and end. This will be for you life and a safe guide. Who will lead you in his arms to the heavenly land. My continual life under the empire of the eternal Fiat involves me body and soul. I feel its infinite weight. Like an atom lost in this infinity, I feel my human will crushed and almost dead under the empire of an immense and eternal divine will. My Jesus, help me and give me strength in the painful state where I am. My poor heart bleeds and seeks refuge in the midst of so much suffering. And only you, my Jesus, can help me. Oh! Help me, don't abandon me. As my poor soul poured out his suffering, my sweet Jesus was seen in me accompanied by 6 angels. 3 on the right and 3 to the left of his adorable person. Each angel held in his hands a crown, set with brilliant jewels, as if to offer it to our Lord. I was in wonder. My sweet Jesus said to me, "Courage, my daughter, courage is for souls determined to do good. They remain unperturbed under the storm. Even though thunder and lightning can make them tremble. They stay in the rain and they use it to wash themselves and come out even more beautiful, without worrying about the storm. They are more determined than ever not to abandon the good that has been undertaken. Discouragement is the work of unresolved souls who never manage to finish a good. Courage leads the way. Courage scares away all storms, courage is the bread of the strong. Courage belongs to the warrior who knows how to win all battles. Therefore my daughter, courage, do not be afraid, and what would you be afraid of? I have given you 6 angels to watch over you. Each of them has the task of guiding you on the endless path of my eternal will. So that you can fellowship with me. Your actions. Your love. And what the divine will did by pronouncing the 6 fiats in creation. Each angel therefore holds a fiat and what came out of that fiat. In order to call you to exchange each of these fiats, even at the sacrifice of your life. These angels gather your deeds. They form crowns with them. By prostrating oneself, they offer them to the divinity. In exchange for what our divine will has done, so that she can be known and form his kingdom on earth. But that's not all. At the head of these angels, there is me. Who guides them and watches over you in all things. Who forms in you the acts themselves and this love willed by us so that you can have enough love and to be able to exchange for so many great works of our supreme will. Also does not stop. You have a lot to do. You must follow me, I who never stop. You must follow the angels, for they want to accomplish the task entrusted to them, and you must fulfill your mission as a daughter of our divine will. After which I felt worried and thought. The circumstances of my life are most painful. Especially since often I feel lost in the middle of a storm that seems never want to stop, and even intensify. And if our Lord does not give me help and superabundant grace, my weakness is so great that I might want to get out of the divine will. And if that happens, poor me, all will be lost. I was thinking about this when my adorable Jesus stretched out his arms to support me. He said to me, "My daughter, you should know that the acts performed in my divine will are imperishable and inseparable from God. They are the continual memory that the soul had the happiness of working with the divine will. That God held in him the creature to accomplish this work with his divine will. This happy, operational, and holy memory makes that we always keep the memory of God in our souls. Both become unforgettable. If the creature were to have the misfortune to come out of the divine will and wander in the distance, it will move away. But she will always feel on her the gaze of her God who tenderly reminds her. She will have her own gaze turned to the one who looks at her continuously. If she goes wandering in the distance, she feels this irresistible need, these solid chains, who pull her into the arms of her Creator. This is what happened to Adam. The beginning of his life happened in my divine will. Although he sinned and was cast out of paradise to live his life, was Adam lost? Ah! No. For he felt above him the power of our will in which he had worked. He perceived the eye that was watching him and invited his own to look at us. And he kept the dear memory of the first acts of his life in our will. You can't imagine yourself what is work in our will and all the good it represents. The soul thus acquires pledges of infinite value for all acts performed in our fiat. These pledges remain in God, for the creature has neither the ability nor the place to place them. So great is the value they contain. Could you ever believe that while we keep these pledges of the creature of infinite value, we could allow it to be lost? To whom do these precious pledges belong? Ah! No, no. Also, fear not. The acts performed in our will are eternal bonds, chains that cannot be broken. If you were to come out of our will, what will not happen? You would leave, but your actions would remain and could not come out. Because they were made in our house. The creature holds rights to what is done in our house, in our will. By leaving our will, it will lose its rights. But these acts will have the power to recall the one who possessed them. Therefore, do not disturb the peace of your heart. Surrender to me and do not be afraid. I followed my actions in the divine fiat. Oh! How I would like nothing to escape me from what has been done. In creation as in the redemption. In order to be able to compete with my little and incessant. I love you, I adore you, I thank you, I bless you and I beg you to bring the kingdom of your divine will to earth. As I thought this, my kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, our divine work is so overabundant that the creature is unable to take the overabundance of goods that we put into our creation. However, we always ask him for his small participation. Depending on the smallness or greatness of what it does, we make available more or less goods in the work we want to do for the good of creatures. Because the acts of the creature serve us as a small piece of land or a place to deposit our possessions. If the place where the space is small, we can only put a few things in it. If it is large, we can put more into it. But if we want to put even more into it, the creature will be unable to take it and understand what has been given to it. You therefore see the necessity of the creature's actions, so that our works can live in the midst of human generations. When the creature begins his little acts, his prayers, his sacrifices, to obtain the good we want to give him, then she puts herself in communication with her Creator. It thus begins a kind of correspondence. So, all her actions are just little letters that she sends him. In these, the creature sometimes prays, sometimes cries and sometimes offers his life, to bring his Creator to grant him the good that he wants to give him. This disposes the creature to receive, and God to give. If this does not state the case, missing the way, there would be no communication. The creature would not know the one who wants to give. It would be to give and expose our gifts to enemies that we do not love, who do not love us. This cannot be done. When we want to do a work, we always fly above the creature we love and who loves us. For it is love that is the seed, the substance, and the life of our works. Without love, the work lacks breath, does not pulsate. The one who receives the gift does not appreciate it and she risks dying at birth. You therefore see the necessity of your actions and the sacrifice of your life so that my divine will may be known and may reign. There is no greater work. That's why I want to. Your repeated acts, your incessant prayers and the continuous sacrifice of a living buried life. It is nothing but this great space where I can deposit such a good. Your little act is a letter that you send us and where we read. Ah! Yes, there is a creature that wants our will on earth and wants to give us his own life to make it rain. After which we dispose of things, graces and events that will fill your little space. We are waiting for it to expand to deposit the great gift of the kingdom of our will. This is what happened in the redemption. I waited a long time before descending from heaven to earth, in order to give the chosen people sufficient time to prepare. With their actions, their prayers and their sacrifices. The small space where I was able to lay the fruits of the redemption. So abundant that the creatures have not yet taken everything. If I had done more, I would have given more. But if I had wanted to give even more, without having first had even a comma or a period of their actions, it would have been for them as an unintelligible book, written in an unknown language. A treasure without a key whose contents are unknown. Because the creature's act is this eye that reads and this key that opens, so that I can take my gifts and give without making known the good that is given, would have been suffering, is an act unworthy of our wisdom. Therefore, be careful to follow my divine will. The more you follow her, the more you will recognize her, and the more she will grant you goods in overabundance. My daughter. The breath, the heart, the circulation, and the blood of creation. It is our love, our adoration, and our glory. We put into it what we are in ourselves. Our nature is pure love. Our holiness is such that what this love produces is only deep worship and eternal glory of our divine being. That is why in creation we had to put what we possess. We could not get out of us what did not belong to us. Therefore, the breath of creation is love. Every palpitation of my heart adorns it with a new love whose circulation repeats incessantly, adoration and glory to our Creator. When the creature turns to the created things to put his love into them, he manifests his own and he takes ours. This brings out another love that in turn waits to receive and give its love. There is then exchange and rivalry between the created things and the creature that unite with each other to give love, worship, and glory to our Supreme Being. Therefore, if you want to love, think that all created things have a mandate to give you love. Every time they receive yours, the feast of our love will thus be maintained between heaven and earth. You will feel the happiness of our love. The breath of love, the palpitation of worship, and eternal glory will flow in your blood toward your Creator. You should know that our works are filled with life. Our creative force holds the virtue of depositing the vital seed in all our works and communicating it to the creatures who use them. Creation is filled with our creative works. Redemption is an unlimited field of our accomplished actions. Because they brought to the creatures the life and the good they contain. So that we are surrounded by the magnificence of our works, but with suffering. They are not taken and that many are not even known to creatures. These works are then like dead. For they produce fruits of life only as much as the creature uses them. And that so many of our works are compromised. That as many of our properties do not produce the fruits they contain. And that we see in addition the poor creature weak and without the life of true goods. It afflicts us so much that you cannot understand the condition of suffering in which creatures place us. We find ourselves in the condition of a father of many children, who prepares a meal for them. In preparing him rejoices to know that his children will not fast and will be able to eat what he prepares. He sets the table, prepares a variety of dishes. Then he calls his children to taste the wonderful dishes he has prepared. But children do not listen to the father's voice. And the meal stays there without anyone touching it. What is not the sorrow of this father when he sees that his children are not seated at his table and do not eat dishes that he has prepared for them. And to see the table covered with food is for him a suffering. This is our situation when we see that creatures are not interested to the many works we have done for them with so much love. That's why. The more you will take from what is ours, the more divine life you will receive and the happier you will make us. In this way you will heal in us the deep wound of human ingratitude. My surrender into the divine will continues. His sweet empire leads to my poor will, which would like to flee the painful circumstances in which I find myself. But the omnipotent Fiat, with the irresistible force of its light directed at the night of my will, prevents me from doing so and form the day of light in my soul, which pushes me to do my little deeds in his divine will. I thought to myself, why does Jesus hold so dear that I do not stop repeating my actions in his adorable will? Jesus, all tenderness and goodness, said to me, my daughter, because all the acts you do in yourself are acts taught and formed by me, so that they are my deeds. I don't want you to stay behind instead of continuing them with me. Because you must know that when I do a work in the soul, when I speak and teach, your Jesus is so powerful that he converts into nature the good taught and formed in the creature. And this property in kind cannot be destroyed. It's like God giving you sight as a property of your nature and that it was not used to look at you. Voice, hands, feet. And that they were not used to see, to speak, to work, and to walk. Wouldn't that be reprehensible? Now, in the same way that I attribute gifts in kind to the body, when I speak, my creative word has the power of to give the gift I want to make by my word to the soul. Because only one of my fiats can contain a sky, a sun, an incessant prayer and transform them as gifts in nature of the soul. This means that what you accomplish within you, these are natural gifts that my word has formed in you. So, be careful not to make my donations useless. I have put them in use so that, with these repeated acts of my will, we can ask together for the great gift that my divine will come to reign on earth. All the more, my dear daughter, that repeated acts are like the sap of the plant. Without it, the plant dries and cannot produce flowers or fruits. Because the sap is the vital blood of the plant that circulates in it, preserves it, makes it grow and produce the most beautiful and tasty fruits to form the glory and profit of the farmer. However, this sap is not formed by the plant alone. The farmer must take care to water and cultivate the plant, and not only once, but constantly. He must give it the daily food that allows it to flourish in order to be able to bear fruit to the one who grows it. But if the farmer is lazy, the plant loses its sap and dies. You now see what repeated acts represent. They are the blood of the soul, the nourishment, preservation, and growth of my gifts. I, the heavenly farmer, do not stop watering you. I'm not likely to be lazy. Since it is you who receives this vital sap, it comes to you when you repeat the deeds in my will deep in your soul. At that moment, you open your mouth and I pour blood into your soul, to get you divine warmth, the celestial food. And by adding my other words, I keep you and increase my gifts. Oh! If the plant had reason and was able to refuse to be watered by the farmer, what would be the fate of this poor plant? She would lose her life. And what a pain for the poor farmer! Repeating the acts means want to live and eat. It is to love and appreciate. It is to satisfy the desires. It is to satisfy, to make happy your heavenly farmer, who has worked in the field of your soul with so much love. When I see you repeating your actions, alone or with me, you give me the fruits of my labor and I feel loved again and rewarded for the many gifts I have made to you. And I am prepared to make you greater ones. So be diligent and make your constancy make you overcome and dominate your Jesus. After which I felt that I had to fall back into a habitual state of suffering. Given the impositions of the moment, I was reluctant to accept. My poor nature trembled and I heard myself say to my sweet Jesus, Father, if it is possible that this chalice is moving away from me, but let your will be done and not mine. My beloved Jesus added, my daughter, I do not want forced suffering, but voluntary. For forced suffering loses the freshness, beauty, and sweet enchantment of their likeness to the sufferings of your Jesus, all of which were suffered by me voluntarily. Forced suffering is like those faded flowers and still green fruits that the gaze disdains and the mouth refuses to swallow, as they are so tasteless and hard. You should know that when I choose a soul, I form in it my residence, and I want to be free to do what I want in my house, to live there as I please without restriction on the part of the creature. I want absolute freedom. Otherwise I am unhappy and embarrassed in my action. This would be the greatest of misfortunes. Even for the poorest of people, not to be free in her little mesure. I would then know the misfortune of an unfortunate man who then have formed a home with great love, have equipped it and put it in order to live there, is sadly being subject to conditions and restrictions. He is told, you can't sleep in this room, in this one you can't receive, and in that one, you can't pass. In short, he cannot go where he wants or do what he wants. So that the poor feel unhappy because he has lost his freedom. And he regrets the sacrifices he made to build this house. I am that one. How many works, how many sacrifices, how many graces it took to adapt a creature and make it my home. And when I take possession of it, it is my freedom that I love more than anything in my home. And when I find sometimes the repugnances, sometimes the restrictions, instead of having a home adapted to me, it is I who must adapt to it. Nor can I develop my life or my divine ways there, nor can I accomplish the purpose for which, with so much love, I chose this house. Therefore, I want freedom. If you want to make me happy, let me do what I want. I am still in the dear inheritance of the divine will. Wherever my mind turns, I see her reigning with her sweet empire over my poor soul. And in a voice so eloquent, so sweet, so strong, and exhaling so much love that she would be able to turn the whole world on fire, she said to me, I am Queen and I await you in each of my works to come and form and expand your little divine kingdom in these works. Look at me, I am Queen, and a queen has the power to give her children what she wants, especially since my kingdom is universal. My power without limits, and that I like not to be alone in my kingdom. Queen, I want the procession, the company of my children, and divide between them my universal empire. Your works are therefore encounters with your heavenly Queen, who is waiting to be able to give you his gifts as a sure pledge of his kingdom. My poor mind was immersed in the immense light of the divine will when my ever-kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, he who wants to receive must give. The gift disposes the creature to receive and God to give. Your Jesus often acts like this. When I want something from the creature, I give. If I want great sacrifices, I give a lot. So that when I saw all that I gave him, she will be ashamed and will not have the courage to refuse me the sacrifice I ask of her. Giving is almost always the pledge that the person will also receive. It attracts his attention, his love. Giving is a mark of appreciation. It is hope. It awakens in the heart the memory of the donor. And how many times have people who didn't know each other become friends because of a donation? In the divine order the giver is always God. He is the first to give his gifts to the creature. But if she doesn't do anything to give back to his creator, even a little love, gratitude, a small sacrifice, we don't send anything anymore. Because by giving us nothing, she interrupts the contact and breaks the wonderful friendship that our reciprocal gifts would hatch. My daughter, giving and receiving are the first indispensable acts that clearly show that we love the creature and that she loves us. But this is not enough. She must know how to receive. By converting the property received into kind. By eating it and by chewing it perfectly so as to convert the gift into blood for the soul. And this is the reason for our gifts, to see the gift we have made converted into in kind. Because our gifts are no longer in danger and they are ready for us to make bigger ones. And the creature who converted our gift into nature, it brings him to safety. It remains the owner and she will feel in her the good, the source, of this gift received converted into nature. And as our gifts are bearers of peace, happiness, invincible strength, and heavenly air, she will feel nature in herself. Peace, happiness and of the divine force that will form in it the air of heaven. This is the reason why I remain silent after having given you the great gift of my word. This is because I am waiting for you to eat and chew my word well, so that I can see that what I have told you has changed in you in nature. When I see this, I then feel the irresistible need to talk to you again, because one gift I make calls for another. My gifts cannot stand alone. I am always inclined to give, speak, and act with the one who converts my gifts into in kind. After which I thought about the divine will and how difficult it seemed to me that his reign could come. My beloved Jesus answered, "My daughter, just as yeast possesses the virtue of raising bread, my will is the leaven of the creature's deeds. Calling my divine will in its deeds, they receive the leaven and form the bread of the kingdom of my will. Yeast alone is not enough to make a lot of bread. It takes a lot of flour and someone who mixes yeast with flour. It takes water to unite them and allow the flour to be kneaded with the yeast to communicate its virtue. Then it takes fire to change them into bread that you can eat and digest. The Book of Heaven volume. Doesn't it take more time and more acts to form bread than it does to eat it? The sacrifices to train him. Eating it is done immediately and one can taste the sacrifice. Therefore, my daughter, it is not enough that my divine Fiat has the virtue of fermenting your deeds and emptying them of human will to change them into bread of divine will. It takes the continuation of deeds and sacrifices, and for a very long time, that my will may lift all these acts and form much bread and keep it in reserve for the children of his kingdom. When everything is formed, it will remain to arrange the events. This is easier and can be done immediately because it is in our power to make things happen according to what we want. Isn't that what I did for the redemption? My 30 long years of hidden life were like a leaven where all my actions raised the great good of redemption, the brief part of my public life and my passion. It is my bread that the divine will has formed and made rise in my deeds, so that by the breaking of bread everyone can receive the bread of the redeemed and receive the forces necessary to get to safety. Therefore, don't think about this anymore. Rather, think about doing your duty and do not let any act escape in which there is not the leaven of my divine will, so that it may make your being rise. I will think of everything else. I then thought, but what has my Jesus gained from me being in this sad state, and why does he insist so much on me falling into my usual sufferings with all the problems he makes me give to others, what I might call my martyrdom? Oh, how hard it is to deal with creatures. To feel that we need them all the time. It humiliates me so much that I am annihilated in my own nothingness. I was thinking about this and other things when my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, do you want to know what I gained? My divine will fulfilled, and that is all to me. A single accomplished act of my divine will includes all of heaven, earth, and all of myself. There is no of love that I do not find in him, of good that he does not possess, of glory that he does not return to me. Everything else remains centralized in an accomplished act of my will. The happy creature who accomplishes it can tell me, I gave you everything, even yourself, I can't give you anything more. Because my divine will contains everything, there is no thing or good that escapes it. By doing what I want, the creature discovers that it is my will that is within it. And I can say, by giving you the grace to let yourself do an accomplished act of my will, I have given you everything. In truth, in performing this act, my suffering arises. My steps, my words, and my works redouble and set out to give themselves to the creatures. Because my divine will also works in creatures, sets in motion all our works in order to bring up the new life. And you ask me what I could gain from it? My daughter, think about making your life a continuous act of my will. I am again in the dear legacy of the divine Fiat. It seems to me that he whispers in my ear. As I was in the beginning, I will always be, in the centuries of centuries. And if you want to dwell in my divine will, you will always be equal to yourself. You will never change your action. Thou shalt always do my will. Your actions, you can call them in their variety of effects of the first and only act of my will. Who flows in your deeds in order to make them one. Which possesses the virtue of producing like the sun the magnificent rainbow varieties of colors, effect of its light, without changing its unique act of always giving light. What a feeling of happiness in the soul to be able to say, I always do the divine will. My small and weak intelligence was absorbed in the light of the divine will. I felt in me his one and powerful force preparing a crown for me to invest in it. Its innumerable and multiple effects were promising joy, peace, fortitude, kindness, love, holiness and of an indescribable beauty. These effects were like so many kisses of life that they gave to my soul. I still owned it. I was amazed. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, all acts performed by the creature in the divine will are confirmed by God as divine acts. This confirmation forms the life of these acts. They are marked with the divine seal as acts. Imperishable. Always new and of enchanting beauty. I could call the acts done in my divine will a new creation of the creature. When she performs her deeds in my will, my fiat comes to impose its creative force and its act confirms them. This happens as in creation. The creative force of my will hastened to create all things that remained immutable and never changed. Have the sky, the sun, the stars changed? They are as they were created. For wherever my will places its creative force, the eternal life of this act remains and confirmed, it can never change. So you see what it means to act and live in my divine will. It is to live under the empire of a creative force, which confirms and secures all the acts of the creature by making them immutable. So much so that by living in my will, the creature remains confirmed. In the good it does. In the holiness she wants. In the knowledge it possesses. In the triumph of sacrifice. The divinity of our spontaneously made will remains under the empire of love. Who runs irresistibly. Who wants to give to the creature. So much so that in the enthusiasm of our love, man was created by touches of our divine qualities. Our divine being very pure spirit, he had no hands or feet. Our divine qualities served as our hands to form man. Pouring ourselves on him like an impetuous torrent, we shaped him. And by touching him we have infused into him the effects of our supreme qualities. These keys remained in man. We therefore see in him some wonderful qualities. Kindness, talent, intelligence and others. They are the virtue of our divine touches which, by continuing to shape man, produce their effects. They are our pledges of love with which we have needed him and who, although he does not remember it and perhaps we do not even know, continue their divine office of loving our divine being. But if someone touches an object or a person, the one who touches feels the impression of the affected person. As our touches of divine qualities have remained in man, the impression of having touched him has remained in our supreme qualities, so much so that we feel it in ourselves. So how can we not love him? Therefore, to the extent that man acts in our will, we will to meet him with new inventions of love and our happy refrain of always loving it. I continued my deeds in the divine will. I was united in the deeds done in creation, in order to pay him homage, love, and adoration for everything created out of love for creatures. My poor spirit was transported to Eden, in the act of the fall of man. How the infernal serpent, by his cunning and lies, prompted Eve to separate herself from the will of her Creator. How Eve, by her flattery, incited Adam to fall into the same sin. It was then that my beloved Jesus said to me, my daughter, my love has not been extinguished because of the fall of man. He ignited even more. Although my justice has rightly punished and condemned him, my love embracing my righteousness and without the intervention of time, promised the future Redeemer. And he said to the deceitful serpent with the empire of my power, you used a woman to tear man away from my divine will. I, by means of another woman having in her power the power of my fiat, I will destroy your pride and she will crush your head with her immaculate foot. These words burned the infernal serpent more than hell itself and put so much rage in his heart that he could no longer be stopped. He did not stop turning and turning the earth to discover the one that was to crush his head. Not to crush it, but in order to be able, by its infernal arts, by his diabolical trick, bring down the one who was to defeat him, weaken it and bind it in the darkness of the abyss. For 4,000 years he traveled the earth. When he saw more virtuous and better women, he was fighting his battle. He put them to the test in every way. Then he left them after having made sure, by some weakness or defect, that it was not by them that he had to be defeated. Then he continued his tour. She came, however, the celestial creature who was to crush her head, and the enemy felt in her such power that her legs weakened. He did not have the strength to approach it. Mad with rage, he took out the whole arsenal of his infernal weapons to fight it. He tried to approach her, but he felt that he was weakening, his legs broken, and he was forced to retreat. So it was from afar that he was spying its admirable virtues, its power and his holiness. And I, in order to confuse him and cast doubt on him, I made her see in the heavenly sovereign lady human things, such as taking food, crying, sleeping, etc., and he convinced himself that it was not her. Because such a powerful and holy person could not be subject to the natural needs of life. Then doubt took him back and he wanted to return to the assault. But in vain. My will is power and it weakens all evils and all infernal powers. She is light who makes herself known by all and makes her power felt where she reigns, so that even demons cannot refuse to recognize it. That is why the Queen of Heaven was and remains the terror of all hell. But the serpent feels on his head the few words he heard in Eden, my irrevocable condemnation that a woman will crush his head. And he knows that by having his head crushed, his kingdom on earth will be overthrown. That it will lose its prestige, and that all the evil he has done in Eden by means of one woman will be repaired by another woman. And although the Queen of Heaven has weakened it, has crushed his head, and that I myself have attached it to the cross, so that he is no longer free to do whatever he wants, he can still approach a few unfortunate people to make them crazy. Especially since he sees that the human will is not yet subjugated by the divine will, that his kingdom is not yet formed, and he fears that another woman will have to finish burning his temples, so that the condemnation he has his head crushed by the foot of the Queen Immaculate finds its completion. For he knows that when I speak, my word possesses communicative virtue to other creatures. Certain Kate Cella Chu il Cranate Etate La Trace Sainte Vierge Marie. Et incapable maintenant de la combattre, il a reprise sa ronde. Il cherche partout afin de voir si une autre femme aurait recouté de la mission de faire connaître la divine volonté pour tu il regni. Comme il t'ai-vous écrire beaucoup sur monde fiat. Le simple doute que ce pourrait être toi oui a fait se lever tout el unfer contre toi. C'est la raison pour tout ce tu as souffert en se servant de méchants hommes qui inventent des calomnies et des choses qui n'existent pas. But seeing you cry so much, the demons are convinced that you are not the one that they fear so much, who is able to lead their evil kingdom to the ruin. So much for the Queen of Heaven about the infernal serpent. Now I want to tell you what about the creatures about him. My daughter, the heavenly creature was poor. His natural gifts were seemingly ordinary, nothing unusual appeared outwardly. She married a poor craftsman who earned his daily bread with his modest work. Suppose that it was known in advance, among the doctors and priests, that it would be the Mother of God, that it was she, among all the great of this world, who would be the mother of the future Messiah. They would have fought a tireless war against him, no one would have believed it, and they would have said, "Is it possible that there have not been and are there not now other women in Israel? And that it was this poor woman who was to be the mother of the eternal Word? There was Judith and Esther, and so many others. no one would have believed it, and they would have raised doubts and obstacles without number. They had doubts about my divine person. By not believing that I was the long-awaited Messiah, many still came to believe that I had descended to earth. In spite of the many miracles I performed, to encourage the most incredulous to believe in me. Ah! Those whose hearts are hardened, obstinate, are incapable of receiving the truths, the very miracles are for them as dead and lifeless. All the more so for the Heavenly Mother when nothing miraculous manifested itself externally. Now, my daughter, listen to me. The most serious doubts, the most serious difficulties they found in your writings, are actually the following. I told you that I have called you to live in the kingdom of my divine will by giving you the special and unique mission to make my kingdom known. I said it myself in the Pater Noster, and the Holy Church says it again. Let your kingdom come, let your will be done on earth as in heaven. It is not said in this prayer that this kingdom is on earth, but that it is coming. I would not have composed this prayer if it were not to have its effects. Now, to get there, didn't I have to choose another woman? She that the infernal serpent fears so much. He who by means of the first woman lost humanity? And I, to confuse him, I use the woman. To repair what he made me lose, and to restore for all the good he sought to destroy. Hence therefore the necessity, preparation, graces, of my visits and of my communications. It did not please the one who read and from there these doubts and difficulties, it is not possible that among so many great saints none has lived in the kingdom of my will, and that it is she alone that he prefers to all others. When they read that I was placing you next to the sovereign queen, because having lived in the kingdom of my divine Fiat you could imitate him, wanting to make you an image that resembles him, and that I put you in her hands so that she can guide you, help you, protect you so that you can imitate her in all things. It seemed to them to be very absurd. By a false and mischievous interpretation of meaning, they said you would have declared yourself to be a queen. So many mistakes. I did not say that you are like the Queen of Heaven, but that I want you to be like her. Just as I have told so many other souls dear to me that I want them to be like me. But that didn't make them God like me. Moreover, the Lady of Heaven being the true Queen of the kingdom of my will, it is up to him to help and teach the happy creatures who want to enter to live there. It seems that for them, I do not have the power to choose who I want and when I want. But time will tell. Just as they cannot refuse to recognize that the Virgin of Nazareth is my mother, they will not be able to refuse to recognize that I have chosen you for the sole purpose of making my will known, and that through you I will make the prayer thy kingdom coming be fulfilled. It is certain that creatures are instruments in my hands, and that I do not look at who they are. But if I know that my divine will has decided to work by means of this instrument, it is enough for me to accomplish my highest purposes. And as for the doubts and difficulties of the creatures, I use them in time and place to confuse and humiliate them. But it does not stop me, and I continue the work I want to do through the creature. Therefore, follow me too and do not back down. For the rest, we can see from their way of thinking that they only considered your person. But they have ignored what my divine will can and does. And when my will decides to work in a creature for its greatest purposes among human generations, no one dictates laws to him. No one tells her who should be chosen, neither time nor place, but it is in the absolute that she acts. It also does not take into account certain small minds that do not know how to rise in the divine and supernatural order, nor bow to the incomprehensible works of their Creator, and who, while they want to reason with their human reason, lose divine reason and remain confused and incredulous. My poor mind was swimming in the immense sea of the eternal Fiat. I flowed into him like a trickle, and in my smallness, I wanted to embrace his immensity, to fill myself entirely with his holy will and have the satisfaction of saying, my little being is nothing but a single act of the divine will, my tiny trickle is full of this will that fills heaven and earth. O holy will, be life, the actor and the spectator of all my acts, so that by reviving everything in you, it becomes the call of all the acts of the creatures to be reborn in your fiat, and that his kingdom extends into all creatures. But as I did that, I thought to myself, what good do I do by calling the deeds of creatures to be reborn in the divine will? My kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, the good is not subject to death. When the life of the good appears, it is placed in the defense of all creatures. And if the creatures are willing to take this good, they are not only defended, but they take the life of this good. And good appears and forms as many lives as creatures that take it. And for those who are not willing to do so, he remains in their defense until they get ready. The acts performed in my will acquire the seed of the light. As light, although it is one, it possesses virtue to give light to any eye that wants the good of light to make it its own. So that the smallest acts done in my divine will, which is immense and includes everything, become light and defense for all. In addition, the creature thus gives back to its Creator the love, glory, and adoration that he is entitled to expect and demand from creatures. The acts done in my will are always a prodigy and say for themselves, we are the defense of every creature. We stand between heaven and earth in order to defend creatures. Our light is the light of every spirit. We are the defenders of our Creator by making reparation, by our eternal acts, for offenses that rise from the earth. And good is always good. Do you believe that everything I have done while on earth has been taken by creatures? How many are still left? But we cannot say of this rest that it is not good. Centuries and centuries will pass. The time will come when all the good I have done will come to life among the creatures. What is not taken today, other creatures will be able to take it tomorrow and at other times. The true life of the good does not tire of waiting. The acts of my will say with an air of triumph, we are not subject to death. Therefore the time will certainly come when we will give our fruits that will raise so many other lives that resemble us. Do you believe that because you do not see the effect of all your actions in our divine will, nothing good will come out of it? Admittedly, this seems to be the case today. But wait for the times to come and they will say the great good that will come out of it. Also, keep going and don't get discouraged. You must know that only the abundance of good is the most certain proof that assures God and the soul of the state in which it finds itself. A prolonged state of patience in suffering, and the painful situations of life. A prayer repeated without ever getting tired of repeating it. Fidelity, constancy, and equality of soul in all circumstances, this is what forms sufficient space, watered by the blood of his own heart, where God feels called by all the acts of creatures, which give him the assurance that he can complete his greatest designs there. And the creature feels in the abundance of his deeds, its control over itself and the assurance that it will not waver. The good of a day says nothing. It is a good today, certainly, but not tomorrow when it says weakness and inconstancy, fruits of the human will. A fickle good says that for the creature, this good, this virtue, is not his property. Therefore a good that does not belong to him turns into evil, and virtue into vice. You see, therefore, that the soul, in order to be certain of possessing a good or a virtue, must feel in itself the life of that virtue. And, with an iron constancy, year after year and throughout her life, she must practice this good. And God is then assured that he can deposit his good there and operate great things in the constancy of the creature. That's what I did with the Queen of Heaven. I wanted the constancy of 15 years of pure and holy life, all in the divine will, to descend from heaven to earth in the virginity of his womb. I could have done it before, but I didn't want to. I wanted first her acts of assurance and constancy of her life of holiness, almost to give her the right to become my mother. And I wanted to wait so that my infinite wisdom would prove me right to have performed incredible wonders in it. And isn't that the reason for the length of your sufferings, and why did I want to be sure of yourself, not by words, but by deeds? Is this not what explains my so many visits and all the truths that I have manifested to you in the constancy of your sacrificed life? And I can say that I made myself seen and that I spoke to you in the fire center of your sacrifice. And when I hear you say, how is it possible, my Jesus, that my exile is so long? Don't you have mercy on me? And do you know what I'm saying? Ah! My daughter is not well aware of the secret of a prolonged sacrifice, and that the longer it is, the greater the purposes to be accomplished. Therefore, trust me and let me do it. My surrender into the divine will continues. My poor mind stops here and there, as if I want to rest in each of the effects of the divine will, which are innumerable although his act is one. So that I can never find them all and much less to understand them. And seeing that being too small, it is not given to me to kiss them all, I stop on one of its effects for my pleasure and my rest. My sweet Jesus, who takes so much pleasure in finding me in his adorable will, stops to his life and he says to me, my daughter, how sweet it is to find you in my divine will, not as those creatures who find themselves there, because they are forced to do so, by necessity and because they cannot do less, and who, while being in her, do not know her, do not love her, nor do they appreciate her. But you are there voluntarily. You know it, you love it and you even manage to find a sweet rest there, so I feel very attracted to you. Especially since the power of my will requires your Jesus to reveal himself, I cannot deny him anything. For I could say that the only happiness that comes to me from the earth is to find the creature in my divine will. And when I find her there, I want to give her back that happiness she gives me. First by making her happy. Then by preparing it and arranging it to do an act in my will. I prepare the space for this. Because the greatness, holiness, and power of an act performed in my will are such that the creature could not contain it if I did not give it the ability. She who lives in my will is therefore inseparable from me. Because having done this act, I must prepare for her the next act. Even more. That I never leave the creature where it arrived and that I always make her grow until I can tell her I have nothing more to give him. I'm glad I gave him everything. You must know that when the creature performs an act in my divine will, she immerses herself in God and he immerses himself in her. By immersing oneself in each other, God communicates his new act never interrupted. The human remains under the authority of the divine will and the creature feels a new love, a new power and freshness with all the divine rests. So that with each of his acts the creature feels reborn to a divine life without losing what he has received in the previous acts. It acquires and incorporates the new life communicated to it. So much so that she feels elevated, grown, and nourished by new foods. That is why she who lives in our will always acquires new knowledge about his Creator. This new knowledge brings him the current of the new continuous act that God possesses. Don't you see the sky, the stars, and the sun? Do you perhaps see any change in them? Or after so many centuries are they not as young, as beautiful, and also new than when they were created? And why? Because they are under the influence of the creative force of our Fiat, who created them and which dwells in them as eternal life. Therefore, the permanence of my will in the creature produces through its empire a new life of patience, prayer, sacrifice and infinite joys. This is what my will wants to do with the creature that lives in it. I continued to think of the divine will and my sweet Jesus added, my daughter, when my divine will issues an act, she never withdraws from it and it becomes eternal. Creation itself says so. She continually performs these acts that my will has put in her by creating them. Created things can be said to be the repeaters of the acts of my divine will. Heaven always remains extended without ever withdrawing from any point, it thus repeats the acts of the divine will. The sun always gives light and performs the innumerable acts of the divine will entrusted to it in its light. He gives the color and fragrance of each flower, tastes and flavors with fruit, plant growth, light and warmth to each creature. And he still performs many other acts. He continues his race with majesty, performing all the acts entrusted to him. He is the true symbol of the majesty and empire of my will. The sea by its murmur. The water that gives itself to creatures. The earth that greens and produces plants and flowers, all perform a multitude of acts of my will. Who is the engine of everything and which contains all creation in the act of fulfilling his will. And all are therefore very happy. They do not lose their position of honor and are not prone to death because my will at work in created things gives them eternal life. Only the creature, she who should bear witness more than others by performing the continual act of my will, she alone deviates from the engine of my will and it even comes to oppose such a holy will. How sad! And what account won't she give me? My Jesus kept silent. Withdrawing, he left me in the light of his will. Oh, how many things I could understand! But who can say them all? Especially since his will speaks of it with heavenly words. And finding myself in myself, I must adapt these heavenly words to the human language. In fear of creating confusion, I just go over it. In the hope that, if Jesus wills, he will adapt to speaking with the words of this world. After which I continued my deeds in the divine Fiat. My poor spirit stopped in the little house of Nazareth, where the Queen of Heaven, the heavenly King Jesus and Saint Joseph lived in the kingdom of the divine will. This kingdom is therefore no stranger to the earth. The house of Nazareth. The family who lived there, belonged to this kingdom and he reigned there perfectly. I was thinking this when my great King Jesus said to me, "My daughter, of course the kingdom of the divine will has already existed on earth. That is why there is a real hope that he will return to his full vigor. Our house in Nazareth was his true kingdom but we had no people. But you must know that every person is a kingdom. That is why the creature that lets my will reign in it can be called a small kingdom of the supreme Fiat. It is thus a small house of Nazareth that we own on earth. And, however small it may be, how our will reigns in it. Heaven is not closed to him and it has the same rights as in the heavenly land. She loves with the same love. It feeds on food from up there and it is incorporated into the kingdom of our endless regions. And to form the great kingdom of our will on earth, we will first build the very small houses of Nazareth. That is, the souls who will want to know my will to make it reign in them. I will be, with the sovereign queen, at the head of these tiny houses. For having been the first to possess this kingdom on earth, it is our right, which we will not yield to anyone, to be their stewards. These tiny houses repeat our house in Nazareth. Thus we will train so many small states, so many provinces. After being well formed and ordained as so many small kingdoms of our will, they will merge together to form one kingdom and one great people. Therefore, in order to realize our greatest works, our way is to start by acting through a creature alone. After forming it we make it a channel, allowing us to include in our works 2, then 3 other creatures. And then we expand to form a small nucleus, which grows to include the whole world. Our works begin in isolation from God and the soul. They end by continuing their lives among entire peoples. And when we see the beginning of one of our works, it is a sure sign that it will not die at birth. At most it will remain hidden for some time. Then she will continue and form her eternal life. Consequently, I want to see you always move forward, evermore, in my divine will. I am still in the sea of the supreme will. Oh! How many beautiful things there are! There are all the acts of Jesus in action. There are those of the Sovereign Queen, those of our Heavenly Father. Those He has made and those He will do. It is a sea that is not divided, but one, interminable. That's the whole thing. In this sea, there is no danger or fear of shipwreck because the happy creature who immerses himself in it abandons his old clothes and puts on the divine. While I was in this sea, my sweet Jesus made me present at the moment of his passion when the apostles dispersed, fled, leaving him alone and abandoned in the hands of the enemies. And Jesus, my greatest good, said to me, "My daughter, the greatest sadness of my passion The nail that pierced my heart the most was the abandonment and dispersion of my apostles. I didn't have a single friend to turn my gaze to. Indeed, the abandonment, the offenses, the indifference of friends exceed, oh how much, all the suffering and even death that enemies can inflict on us. I knew that my apostles had to give me this nail and that cowardly they were going to flee. But I accepted it because, my daughter, he who wants to accomplish a work must not stop at suffering. Instead, he has to make friends. When everything is fine, let everything smile at him. That he will sow triumphs and wonders, and even communicates a miraculous strength to the one of whom he makes his friend and disciple. Everyone then boasts of being the friend of the one who is surrounded by glory and honor. And everyone hopes. How many friends and disciples then want to take part? For glory, triumphs, and happy times are powerful magnets that draw creatures to the triumphant. Who wants to be the friend and disciple of an unfortunate man who is slandered, humiliated, and despised? No one. All then live in fear and hate to approach him. They even come to refuse to recognize the one who was previously their friend, as Saint Peter did with me. That's why it's useless to hope to have friends. When the creature lives the nightmare of humiliation, contempt, and slander, it is therefore necessary to make friends during. Let the heavens smile at you and that fortune wants to place you on a throne. If we want this property, these works they want, to be able to take life and continue in other creatures. I made friends as I sowed miracles and triumphs, until they came to believe that I was to be their king on earth and that having been my disciples, they would occupy the first places with me. And despite the fact that they forsaken me during my passion, when my resurrection shattered my triumph, the apostles retracted. They have regrouped among themselves and like triumphants, they followed my doctrine, my life, and formed the nascent church. If I had reproached them for abandoning me without making them my disciples at the hour of my triumphs, I would have had no one to talk about me after my death and make myself known. Therefore happy time, glory are necessary. It is also necessary to receive the nails that pierce and to have the patience to endure them in order to have the material of my greatest works and that they can come to life among the creatures. Suffering, humiliation. Aren't the slanders and contempt through which you pass in all the repetition of my life? I felt repeating in you the nail of the abandonment and dispersion of my apostles when I saw that so few remained to help you. I saw you abandoned and alone in my arms. With the nail of the abandonment of those who had supported you. In my pain I said, evil world, how well you know how to repeat the scenes of my passion in my children. And you offered your bitterness for the triumph of my will and to help those who were to make it known. Therefore, courage in the painful circumstances of life. But know that your Jesus will never abandon you. This is something I am unable to do. My love is not fickle in nature. It is firm and constant, and what my mouth says comes out of the life of the heart. Creatures, on the other hand, they say one thing and feel something else in their hearts. They also mix human goals, even while making friends. And you see them change according to the circumstances. Hence the dispersion of those who seem to want to put their lives on the line during happy times and who flee cowardly when the time comes for humiliation and contempt. These are all the effects of human will, and it is the real prison of the creature capable of forming many small chambers, which, however, do not have windows, because it does not intend to create openings to receive the good of light. And passions, weaknesses, fear, excessive fears, inconstancy, are all dark rooms of his prison, in which the creature remains locked up, one after the other. Fear breeds fear, and the creature then moves away from the one who offers his life out of love for her. On the other hand, the soul where my will reigns lives in my palace, where there is so much light that suffering, humiliation and slander is only stairs of triumph and glory, and the accomplishment of great divine works. Instead of running away and abandoning the poor martyr, precipitated into dust by human perversity, she draws closer to him, patiently waiting for the hour of the new triumph. Oh, if my will had reigned fully in the apostles, they certainly would not have fled at the time where I needed most their presence, their fidelity, in my many sorrows. In the midst of enemies who wanted to devour me, I wish I had my faithful friends around me. For there is nothing more comforting than having a friend close to you when there is bitterness. And having my dear apostles close to me, I would have seen in them the fruits of my sufferings. And, oh, how many sweet memories they would have brought back in my heart, which would have been a balm in my immense bitterness. My divine will with its light would have prevented them from fleeing, and they would have huddled around me. But as they lived in the prison of their human will, their minds darken, their heart cools, fear invades them, and from one moment to the next, they forgot all the good they had received from me. Not only did they abandon me, but they separated from each other. Here again are the effects of the human will that does not know how to maintain the union and only knows how to disperse in a single day the good that has been done for so many years and with so many sacrifices. Therefore, let your only fear be that you will not do my will. I feel the powerful force of the divine Fiat who calls me in him to follow his actions. My little intelligence stopped in Eden in the act of man's creation. What a solemn act! This took place after the creation of all things. As if to celebrate the one for whom he had brought into the world the whole creation, so that it might become the palace, sumptuous and comfortable, where man was going to dwell, without him missing anything. Suffice it to say that it was a designed palace by our Heavenly Father and by the power of his divine Fiat. I was thinking about this, and my sweet Jesus said to me, "Beloved girl, my joy is immense when the creature remembers my love in the creation of man." Our love resembled that of a mother who gives birth to her child. Our love hastened to enclose in him the creature so that everywhere, outside as well as inside itself, she can hear the voice of our love telling her, "I love you, I love you." The sweet sound of our love whispers in his ear, beats in his heart, and kisses him ardently and resonates strongly on his lips, hugs him in our paternal arms as if to tell him in triumph that our love, whatever the price, wants to love the creature. So much so that there is nothing sweeter, nothing more pleasant, to remember with what love we created man and all things. And our pleasure is so great that, for the happy creature who comes before our adorable Majesty to remind us of such great love, we redouble our bonds of love for her. We give him new graces, a new light, and we call her the one who renews our feast. For in creation everything was only a feast for us and for all. And the creature that recalls what we did in creation celebrates our love, our power, our creative wisdom that created the whole universe with inimitable mastery, which has surpassed itself in the creation of man. That is why all our divine qualities are celebrated. The creature looks at what she has celebrated by her memory and her little exchange of love. Our divine qualities compete with each other to redouble. Sometimes love, sometimes goodness, and sometimes holiness. In short, each of our divine qualities wants to give of what it has, in order to repeat in the creature what we did in creation. Consequently, often repeats the sweet memory of the unsurpassable love we had in creation. It is a creature out of us, one of our images, one of our children whom we have brought to light and to whom we have shown so much love. By awakening this memory, we love it even more. So much so that the whole creation is nothing but a manifestation of our loving will towards the creature. And in this testimony of love she repeats, Fiat, Fiat, in order to adorn the whole creation with her parade of love. Especially since every act, word, thought performed in our divine will form the nourishment of the soul, who preserves life, which makes it grow and gives it the necessary strength to form enough food and not have to fast. In fact, continuous acts are therefore nothing but food prepared from one day to the next, in order to always have something to eat. Without these acts, the poor creature will have nothing to calm his hunger, and these good, holy, and divine deeds will die in him. If the acts are not continuous, food will become scarce. When it is insufficient, the life of the good weakens. This weakness causes you to lose the taste and appetite to eat. On the other hand, when the acts are continuous, each of them makes its contribution. It manufactures the food. This one brings water, the other the fire to cook them. Still others provide the condiments that will give taste to satisfy the appetite. In short, repeated acts are nothing but the divine cuisine setting the celestial table for the creature. How beautiful it is to see the creature prepare divine foods by the continuation of his actions in our fiat, and feed on the dishes of our heavenly country. Because you have to know that one holy thought calls for another. A word, a good deed invites the other to eat, and food forms life. After which I continued to think of the divine will and the great good that one receives by living abandoned in one's arms. My sweet Jesus added, "My good daughter, the great good of life in the divine will is amazing and almost incomprehensible to the human creature. You must know that all that is done good and holy in my divine will is nothing but a seed that germinates in the field of the soul, to give a divine light and to form a beginning that will have no end. Because all that is done in my divine will is sown, germinates and grows admirably on earth while it lives there, and will find its completion in heaven. The ultimate development, the variety of beauties, the tones, the most beautiful hues will be given to him in the heavenly fatherland. This means that every act that the creature does on earth will entitle him to a greater place in the heavenly abode, possessing it in advance. For each additional act the creature will bring with it new beatitudes, new joys that my will have communicated to him. My divine fiat never stops giving to the creature. He wants her to grow in holiness, grace, beauty until her last breath of her life here on earth. And he reserves the right to bring the last brush stroke for the fulfillment of his triumph in the celestial regions. In my will there are no stops. The circumstances of life, sometimes suffering, sometimes humiliations, and sometimes glory, form the path so that they can always run in her, and give him free rein to sow in the creature new divine seeds, that the divine fiat is committed to cultivate and to grow admirably, until their completion in celestial glory. In the end, nothing begins in heaven, but everything begins on earth and is fulfilled in heaven. My surrender into the divine will continues, although in the nightmare of the privations of my sweet Jesus. How tortured and troubled my poor heart is not to find the one whose heavenly breath makes this heart beat. My Jesus, my life, didn't you say yourself that you wanted me to breathe your divine breath in order to be able to form my life in the beating of your heart, so that mine may live yours, your love, your sufferings, and you as a whole? But as my poor heart poured out its pain from the deprivation of its beloved Jesus, I heard his clear voice echoing in my ears. He said with indescribable tenderness, "Most Holy Father, I pray to you for my children and for all those you have given me, because I recognize that they are mine. I hug them to protect them from the storm that is brewing against my church." Then he added, "My daughter, how many denials there will be, how many masks will fall. I couldn't stand their hypocrisy anymore. My justice was overwhelmed by so much pretense, and they couldn't keep the mask behind them any longer. Therefore, pray with me too, that those who are to serve for my glory remain safe, and let those who want to strike at my church remain in confusion." After which he remained silent. My poor mind was able to see many mortal and tragic things. As I prayed, Jesus, my greatest good, repeated, "My daughter, to be able to communicate a good to others, it is necessary to possess the fullness of this good. For the soul that possesses it knows its effects, the substance, the way of acquiring this good. It will therefore have the virtue allowing it to infuse this good in others, to be able to say the beauties, prerogatives, and fruits that this good produces. On the other hand, if a soul has not been able to acquire that a sip of this good, of this virtue, and that she wants to start teaching it to others, she will not know in depth the fullness of this virtue. Therefore, she will not know how to repeat one's great good, nor give the way to acquire it. She will look like a child who has barely learned vowels wants to play master in front of others. Poor child, his game will turn into a farce, for he will be unable to continue his teaching. The true saints began by being so full of love, divine knowledge, patience, etc. And when they were filled with it to the point of no longer being able to contain everything in them, the property they possessed overflowed to communicate with others. Their words were inflamed. She was light. And they taught, not superficially, but in a practical and substantial way, the property they owned. This is the reason why many want to become teachers, but do no good. For not having enough food in them, how could they feed others? After which I surrendered to the supreme Fiat. My poor mind was lost in it. Suddenly I found myself facing the divine being. From him emanated an endless light spread out in countless rays, to which very often intertwined small lights, who seemed to be born and eating in the same way, in order to form their own lives and grow as God intended. What an enchantment these divine heights are! Its enchanting presence, the eye is lost in its immensity, so great is its beauty, the multiplicity of its infinite joys, that it seems to fall like an abundant rain of its divine being. We remain silent about it and are therefore unable to say anything about it. I was immersed in what was on my mind. Then my beloved Jesus said to me, "Daughter of my divine will, look at this immense light. It is nothing but our will that emanates from the center of our divine being." When we pronounced Fiat, it expanded to form by his creative force all the things created, that none of them may come out of his light. What came out of our creative hands, remained in her. The interweavings you see in the rays of our light are actually all the things created. Some are kept in our light so as not to be subject to any change. Others, the creatures who live in our will, are not only protected, but they are constantly nourished by the light of God, in order to intertwine, by their small lights, the divine will himself to operate in them. These little lights leave the field open to our divine Fiat to let him work continuously in them. They always leave us with something to do. They let us continue the work we began in creation with so much love. When the creature gives us the opportunity to continue our work, leaving us the freedom to work in its small light, we like it so much that we involve the little light in our work. We do not feel isolated from the creature, but we enjoy the beauty of her company and she ours. Therefore, by living in the divine will, you will never leave us alone. And you will have the great pleasure of enjoying our company. I was doing my round in creation, to follow the acts performed in it by the divine will. It seemed to me that in everything created there was, like a noble queen, the adorable will as a center of life, to make his sweet encounter with the creature. But this encounter is made by the one who recognizes it in everything created. In this happy encounter, connections are open on both sides. They celebrate together, the divine will gives and the creature receives. My mind was lost in the things created. Then my greatest good, Jesus, said to me, "My daughter, all manifest creation, paternity, power, love and the harmony of the one who created it. But do you know for whom we feel Father? For the one who remembers and recognizes that all creation is the property of its creator, who, wanting to manifest his fatherhood for creatures, created so many beautiful things out of love for them. It is therefore for thee, who recognizes him and who to pay him back and thank him crowds around his heavenly Father, as a girl who recognizes its property and that he created them because he wants his daughter to come into possession of his father's possessions. If you knew our joy, to feel like Father and to see our children crowd around us thanks to the things we have created. The creature By remembering and recognizing what God has done for her, love us as a father and we love her as our daughter, we feel that our fatherhood is not sterile, but fruitful. Thus, I feel Redeemer and I possess the benefits of redemption. To the one who remembers and recognizes what I have done and suffered in my life and passion. And I surround the happy creature with my sufferings, my works, my steps. To help her, sanctify her and make her feel the effects of my whole life. And in the one who recognizes what our love has done and can do in the order of grace. I feel like the passionate lover and I make her the owner of my love, so she will feel so much love for me that she will no longer be able to live without loving me. Since true love consists in constantly doing my will, I realize a prodigy of my love and my will. How sad it would be for a father to have children and not see them around him to love himself and enjoy the fruits of his viscera. This is our divinity. We have extended our fatherhood infinitely in creation. As Father, we watch over our children so that they do not lack anything. Our arms feel the extreme need to hold them close to us to give them love and receive it. When we see the creature running towards us to kiss us, oh, how happy we are! That our paternity be recognized and that we can be a father to our children. The members of our generation are countless. Yet those around us are few. All the others are far away, physically, voluntarily, far from our likeness, far from the heart. In our pain to see so few children around us, we say, and our other children, where are they? How come they don't feel the need to have a heavenly Father? To receive our paternal caresses? To own our property? So be careful to recognize our goods and works. You will hear our fatherhood in the sky studded with stars that by their soft twinkling call you their daughter, and testify to you the love of your Father. Our fatherhood extends into the sun, which by its vibrant light calls you a girl and tells you, recognize in my light the great gift of your Father who loves you so much that he wants you to possess this light. Our paternity extends everywhere. In the water you drink. In the food you take. In the diversity of the beauties of nature. Our works have a common voice. All of them call you daughter of the Heavenly Father. Since you are his daughter, they want to be possessed by you. What will be our happiness if in all things created by us? To our tender voice that calls you girl, we can hear your voice calling us Father and say, this is a gift from my Father. Oh, how much he loves me. And I, too, want to love him very, very much. I think of the divine will. How can this kingdom ever come to earth? Given the storms that threaten us and the sad condition of human generations, this seems impossible. And it seems to me that this impossibility is increased by the indifference and indisposition of those who at least are said to be good, but who have no interest in making known such a holy will and his will, who wants to do us the great grace of wanting to reign among creatures. How is it possible to support a good that we do not know? I thought this when my kind Jesus surprised me by telling me, my daughter, what is impossible in the eyes of men is possible for God. You must know that the greatest grace we have given to man in his creation was to give him the opportunity to enter into our divine will, to perform his human acts there. The human will was small and the divine will great. This one possessed virtue to absorb the small into the large and to change the human will into divine will. That is why Adam, at the beginning of his creation, entered into the order of our divine will, and that he performed a great number of acts there. If by withdrawing from our will, he has come out of our will, his human acts performed in our will have remained as a pledge and a human right, and the beginning and foundation of a kingdom that he has acquired. In the divine will, what is accomplished in it is indelible. God himself cannot nullify a single act performed by the creature in the supreme fiat. Coming out of my will, Adam, the first man created, was consequently the root, the trunk of all human generations, so that they could inherit, almost like the branches that come out of the roots and trunk of the tree of man. Like all creatures that in nature have inherited the germ and seed of original sin. They inherited his first acts performed in our will and which constitute the beginning and right of the kingdom of our divine will for creatures. It is to confirm this that the Immaculate Virgin came to work and follow the deeds of Adam in such a way as to complete the entire kingdom of the divine will and to be the first heiress of such a holy kingdom, and to give the right to her dear children to take possession of it. And to complete all this, my humanity has come, possessing by nature my divine will, which Adam and the Sovereign Queen possessed by grace, in order to confirm by the seal of his deeds this kingdom of the divine will, so that this kingdom actually exists. Because a living humanity has formed its actions in him. Acts that are the materials necessary for the formation of this kingdom in order to give the right to the rest of humanity to possess it. And to confirm it even more, I taught the Lord's Prayer, so that by this prayer the creature may dispose of it, acquire the rights to receive it, and may God feel the duty to grant it to him. In teaching the Pater Noster, I myself put in their hands the right to receive it. I set out to give such a holy kingdom. And every time the creature recites the Lord's Prayer, it acquires a kind of right of entry into this kingdom. Firstly, because it is a prayer taught by me and which contains the value of my prayer. Second, light, because the love of our divinity towards creatures is so great that we pay attention to everything, that we notice everything, even the smallest acts, the holy desires, the small prayers, in order to respond with great graces. We can say that these are opportunities, pretexts that we are looking for to be able to tell him, you did this and we give you this. You have done what is small and we give you what is great. Thus the kingdom exists. And if I have spoken to you so often about my divine will, these were only the preparations of many centuries of my church. The continual prayers, sacrifices and recitations of the Pater Nosters who carried our goodness to choose a creature, to manifest to him the many knowledge of our will and its great wonders. I have thus bound my will to the creatures by giving him new pledges of his kingdom. And when you listened and sought to conform to the teachings I gave you, you formed new bonds in order to bind the creatures in my will. You must know that I am the God of all. When I do good, I never do it in isolation. I do it for everyone, except those who don't want it and don't want to take it. And when a creature matches me, I do not see it as if it were alone, but as belonging to the whole human family, so that the good of one is communicated to the others. But if the kingdom exists, that my living humanity possessed him and lived in him, that my will wants to reign among creatures, my acquaintances themselves say this clearly. How then can you think that it is impossible for this kingdom to come? Everything is possible for me. I will use the storms themselves and new events to prepare those who must work to make known my will. The storms will serve to purify the bad air and to evacuate what is harmful. That is why I will dispose of everything. I know what to do and I have the time at my disposal. Therefore, let your Jesus do it. You will see how my will be known and fulfilled. I was doing my round in the divine will to follow his actions. I had reached the point where the heavenly child was in Egypt. His heavenly mother rocked him to put him to sleep, while making with his maternal hands a small garment for the divine child. I joined his mother to make Jesus run between his fingers and in the thread my I love you in order to weave them in the little habit. On the foot of the queen swinging the cradle, I placed mine, so that I too could rock him and do for Jesus what his mother was doing. And it is then that the heavenly child, between waking and sleeping, says, my two mothers. Remembering this and what is written in Book 24, I thought in myself, now my dear Jesus is repeating these sweet words, my two mothers. After the storm so terrible, which had devastated my poor soul like a hail shower, and who knows how many other mistakes I had committed, I thought that Jesus would no longer have for me that tender love that made him say so kindly, my two moms. I thought that, and then my kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, how you had not stopped to unite yourselves continually with our Heavenly Mother, to place for me your I love you in what she was doing. Could I stop saying, my two moms? I would then love you less than you love me. while I never let myself be surpassed out of love for the creature. You should also know that all that the creature does in my divine will, this good that the creature does has the virtue of converting into nature. A true good in nature is never lost. There is also no difficulty in repeating it as often as you want. Would you perhaps have difficulty breathing, touching? No, because it's in your nature. If you don't want to, you have to make an effort, and an effort that could cost you your life. And this is the greatest prodigy of my will. Convert into nature prayer, love, holiness, one's knowledge. And when I see that the creature has placed itself under the authority of my will, so that my will has been able to change in nature, my divine possessions, my words resonate in the soul with my creative power and give it motherhood by nature. How then not to repeat? My two moms. What I am saying is reality. Is it not true that my mother is my mother according to the order of nature and that she is also my mother according to the divine order by virtue of the divine will she possessed? If she had not possessed my will, she could not have been my mother. Nor in the human order. Nor in the divine order. Oh, how many things is my will capable of doing in the creature that allows itself to be dominated by it. My will knows how. Bring down the divine order into the human end. Convert the divine order into nature. She knows how to perform wonders capable of astonishing heaven and earth. Let yourself be dominated by my will and I will make my sweet words resonate with you. My dear mother, may my fiat keep for me on earth. After which I followed the divine fiat in creation and said to myself, I want to enter the sun and empty it of the love that God has put into it out of love for creatures. And on the wings of His light, bring it back to my Creator in exchange for my love. I want to empty the wind to bring back to it the impetuosity, the groans and the dominion of love in order to reign over the divine heart. To bring the kingdom of the divine will to the earth. I want to empty heaven of the love it contains in order to bring back to my Creator the love that never ends, that never says enough. And bring it to Him in exchange for my love for Him everywhere and in all. But who can say all the follies I've said about all the things created? I was doing that. Then my sweet Jesus said to me, Daughter of my will, how much is pleasing to me? The soul that enters my will to find all my works. And flying from one thing created to another, she calculates according to her low means. How much love, kindness, power, beauty, and other things I have been able to put into everything created. For the one who is in my will, what is mine is hers. She embraces everything and brings it back to me and around me in exchange for her love. I feel coming back to me the love that we have put into creation. The power, goodness, and beauty with which we have painted all creation. And in our excess of love, we say, the daughter of our will returns to us our works, our love, our goodness, and everything else. While returning them to us, she leaves them at their post. And we feel joy and happiness. As if we were doing all of creation again. Now you must know that in creating the whole universe, the variety of so many diverse things, we have issued a determined and sufficient act for each thing. In such a way that none can exceed the limit within which it was created. However, although it was a determined act that the created things cannot exceed, it was a complete act. So much so that creatures cannot take all the good that contains each thing created and they do not have the ability to do so. Who then in truth could say, can I take all the sunlight? Or, the sky over my head is not enough for me? Or, not all the water manages to quench my thirst? Or, the earth is not enough under my feet? And many other things. And this is because when our divinity performs an act and creates things, so great is our love, so overabundant the luxury, the display, and the splendor of what we have. None of our works can be described as poor. All are a grandiose event. Some by a luxury of light, others by the splendor of their beauty, still others by the variety of their colors. They seem to mean in their silent language, our Creator is immensely rich, beautiful, powerful, wise. We are all, therefore, like works worthy of Him, we flaunt this luxury in the function that God has given us. Now, my daughter, this was not the case in creating man. We have not put in him a definite act, but an act that is always growing. Our love did not mean to tell man that enough is enough. It would have been like an obstacle to our love, a stop to our enthusiasm. No, no, our enough is enough was not pronounced in the creation of man. He did not put an end, but an ever-growing act. So that our manifestations of love cannot have an end, but be able to manifest a splendor of luxury, grace, holiness, beauty, and goodness and everything else as much as it pleases. We have attached our growing act to his free will, so that there can be no obstacle to the luxury of which he would be capable. And so that our act grows in man, can have all possible and imaginable supports. We have also put our divine will at his disposal, in order to enable him to maintain at the expense of our will all the desired luxury and overabundance of the goods of his Creator. Our love did not dare to say, "It's enough for the man, our child, so far you can go." No, no, it would have been like a father saying to his children, "Until a certain date, you can sit at my table, and then it'll be over." It would not be the love of a father, but of a master. That the child may want to stop receiving food from his father, it may be, but let the father tell him, "You will stay in fasting," he will never do it. Such is our goodness, we will never say enough to the creature. Our growing act will continually serve her food to grow and preserve. But if the ungrateful creature refuses to use our growing act, this great gift that his Creator has given him, we will have the sadness to see our dear child fasting, in poverty, our act hindered and lifeless. And the creature will change our enthusiasm from love to sadness. Therefore, if you want our growing act to have life in you, never go out of our divine will, who will jealously watch to make you always, always grow. My poor mind seems to know nothing but to think of the divine will. He finds his life in everything I see, this for the inside. Outside, he finds only the divine Fiat who loves so much and wants to be loved. I feel the need to find him in all things too. Breathe it, feel its pulsations of light. Like the blood that circulates in the soul and becomes the primordial life of my poor being. And where I don't know how to find him in all things, I feel mist. Continuous pulsations in the heart. A breath of fresh air allowing the life of the divine will in my soul. And I prayed to Jesus to teach me to find him in all things so that I would never lack his eternal life in me. My greatest good, Jesus, tells me in his goodness. My daughter, the one who makes my will and lives in her forms in her soul the book of the divine Fiat. But this book must be complete and not empty, or with partially filled pages. If it is not complete, she will quickly finish reading it. Having nothing more to read in this book, she will be interested in other books. The life of the divine will be interrupted and as broken in the creature. On the other hand, if the book is complete, she will always have something to read, and if it seems to him to have finished, I will add other pages even more sublime so that he never misses him. Life, new knowledge, and the substantial nourishment of my divine will. There must be many pages within this book. Pages on intelligence, will and memory. A page about desire, affection, heartbeat, the word you need to know to repeat what has been read. Otherwise it will be a book that will not be good for anyone. Because for the one who forms a book, the first objective is to propagate it. The interior of the book must therefore have pages written about my divine will. The book must be so full that it cannot find anything else to read than about my will and she alone. And when the soul has filled the interior of his book, she will know well the outer book of the divine will. All of creation is nothing but the book of my divine will. Everything created is a page that forms a very large book with many volumes. After forming his inner book and reading it well, the soul will know how to read the outer book of creation well. And in all things she will find my divine will in action to give it his life, his very high and sublime lessons, and its delicate and holy food. For the soul who will have formed in her this book of the divine Fiat and will have read it very well, it will be as for the one who had a book, has read and reread it, has studied the most difficult parts well, has solved all difficulties, made obscure points clear, in such a way that she consumed her life on this book. If someone from the outside brings him another similar book, he will most certainly know it and recognize his own in this book. Especially since my divine will has enclosed the creature in its most holy circle and placed in the depths of his soul the book of his fiat. And in creation my fiat repeated this divine book, so that one echoes the other and they get along wonderfully. You therefore see that it is necessary to recognize the book of the divine fiat in the depths of his soul, to read it well to make it an eternal life. The soul will thus be able to read with ease the very beautiful pages of the great book of my will throughout creation. After which I continued my deeds in the divine will, and my sweet Jesus added, My daughter, my divine will maintains her continual act, that she never ceases to pour on all creatures to clothe them with a continual act. Light, holiness, beauty, support, power and of Bonhu. His love is such that one act does not wait for the other to pour out in torrents more abundant than rain on all creatures. This continual act is recognized and received by all the inhabitants of the celestial land in such a way that it forms ever new surprises, ineffable joys and endless happiness. It can be said that he forms the life and substance of the beatitude of all the blessed. Now, since my divine will possesses this continual act by nature, it cannot and will not change its regime. As she gives this continual act to heaven, she also gives it to all creation and to each creature. For each one receives life from her continual act. If it were to cease, everyone's life would stop. At most there may be changes in effects. For my divine will acts according to the dispositions of each creature. Therefore, this same continual act produces on some an effect and another effect on others. There are also some who unfortunately, although they are continually in the reign of this continual act of light, holiness, beauty, etc., are not even wet, neither enlightened, nor holy, nor beautiful, and who convert into themselves this continual act of goodness into darkness, into passions, and perhaps also into sin. But my will does not cease, however, to rain down his continual act of divine goods on all. For he finds himself in the condition of the sun, which even if human beings did not want to receive its light, nor the trees, plants, and flowers to which it could communicate the so numerous and admirable effects that his act of continual light contains. That is to say, the sweetness, the flavor, the magnificent rainbow with all its colors would still continue its act of light. If the sun were endowed with reason, seeing all the benefits it possesses, in the Ferris wheel of its light and which it really gives, are not received, it would cry with pain tears of burning light. My divine will is more than the sun. It contains in its infinite light all beings and all things. His nature is to want to give always. And always she gives. If everyone wanted to take everything, they would all be holy. The world would be transformed into happiness. But for his great suffering, his goods are not received. They are even rejected into its light itself. But it does not stop, and with a tender and unsurpassable love, it continues its continual act of giving what its light possesses. I followed my actions in the divine will and thought, how can we know if the divine fiat reigns in the creature? And does my poor soul have the good of his reign or not? But I was thinking of this when my sweet Jesus said to me, movement is a sign of life. Where there is no movement, there can be no life. Therefore, to know if the creature possesses my will, it is necessary that in the intimacy of his soul he feels that my will alone is the first movement of all that happens in it. Because if she reigns, my will make its first divine movement felt, on which will all internal and external acts be based. My will therefore be the first movement, the watchword, the commander, the sovereign, so that each act will remain waiting for this first movement before acting and taking action. So when the creature feels in his actions the first movement of my to want is a sign that my will reigns in his soul. On the other hand, if the creature feels in its first movement a human goal, his own pleasure, natural satisfactions, the enthusiasm of pleasure with creatures, not only will my will not reign, but she will become a servant, serving the creature in her deeds. For there is no act that the creature can do, if my divine will does not participate in it, either to dominate or to serve. Now you must know, my daughter, that the passport to enter my kingdom is a resolute will never to do one's own will, whatever the sacrifice, even at the cost of one's life. This resolute but true act is like the signature that is affixed to the passport to go to the kingdom of my divine will. If the creature signs to send it, God signs to receive it. Cette dernière signature aurait de valeur que tout le ciel viendra accueillir la creature dans le royaume de la divine volonté. All will have their eyes fixed on the one who has on earth life in the kingdom of the divine will that they possess in heaven. But the passport is not enough. It is also necessary to study language, morals and customs of this divine kingdom. These are knowledge, prerogatives, beauties and the value contained in my will. Otherwise the creature would be like an alien who could neither take love nor be loved. If she does not make the sacrifice of studying to be able to speak this language, if it is not adapted to the customs of those who live in this holy kingdom, it will live in isolation. Because if they don't understand it, they will avoid it. And isolation doesn't make anyone happy. After which the creature must move from studying to practicing what it has learned. After a time of practice, she is finally declared a citizen of the kingdom of my divine will. She will then taste all the happiness that is found in such a holy kingdom. They will become his property. She will have acquired the right to live in the kingdom as in her country. After which Jesus added, my daughter, the one who lives in my will becomes the artisan of peace between God and the creature. His deeds, words, prayers and small sacrifices are all bonds of peace between heaven and earth. They are weapons of peace and love, with whom the creature fights its creator in order to disarm it, to make it propitious and to transform the plagues into mercy. The human will formed the war it waged against the one who created it, going so far as to break the covenant, order, and peace. Thus my will, by the force of its omnipresence that reigns in the creature, converts what the creature does in bonds of alliance, order, peace, and love. So much so that a small white cloud rises from the creature, which extends and ascends to the divine throne, to burst into as many voices as acts performed by the creature, which says, Great God, I bring you the peace of the earth and you give me your peace so that I may report it as a bond of peace between you and the human generation. This little cloud rises and falls, descends and rises, and it plays the role of peacemaker between heaven and earth. I felt immersed in the Fiat. His air is so sweet, so refreshing that I feel reborn at every moment to a new life. But what do we breathe in this air of the divine will? We breathe air of light, of love, of sweetness, strength of soul, divine knowledge, etc. Thus the creature feels restored to a new life. This beneficial and balsamic air that she breathes makes the divine life grow in the creature. This tune is so powerful. What she inhales with each breath is enough to give her life. She must exhale the surplus. But what is this overflow that it expires? This is what she received after filling it up, that is, the love, light and goodness that she breathed and that she wants to give back. My poor spirit was lost in this divine air. Then my sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, all the good deeds performed by the creature in my divine will rise up to God. For he holds the divine power to draw into the celestial land what one does in his will. It is he who by his divine power makes them fall in beneficial rain on the creature, in such a way that when the creature loves, blesses, worships, thanks or praises God responds with a shower of love, blessings, and thanksgiving. Because he felt loved and thanked by the creature. And he bursts into a rain of praise before the whole heavenly court. Oh, how much our divine goodness awaits adoration, the sweet I love you of the creature, so that we can give free rein to our love and say, "Girl, I love you." There is no act that the creature can do for us that our paternal tenderness does not make him multiplied. After which I continued my deeds in the divine Fiat. My beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, my divine will carries the creature in his arms. Her love is such that she holds around her all of creation in an act that always creates in order to please him, to make her happy and to tell him. My creative force maintains this whole machine of the universe. If she withdrew, the sun would disappear. At the same time the sky and everything in it would fall into nothingness. Because it came out of nothingness. And in creating it, my creative power continually maintains it. It can actually say, it is really for you that I created the sun. So that your life, your road may be strewn with light. For the azure of the sky. So that your gaze rises and delights in its extension. I create everything for you. I keep everything in order because I love you. My divine will is made life in the act of all things. It supports and preserves them. She places them around the creature to make it feel through all these things. His unwavering life. Its immutable force. His invincible love. It can be said that my divine will embraces him everywhere as the triumph of his love. And she does not only maintain external order in all things in an act of creation. It maintains internally, by its creative force, the entire interior of the order of the creature. So that my will is always in the act of creating. The heartbeat, the breath, movement, circulation of blood, intelligence, memory, and willpower. It runs like life in the heartbeat, in the breath and in all things. It supports and preserves without ever withdrawing from the soul and body. And while my supreme will is everything, it does everything, gives everything, it is not recognized and it is even forgotten. One could say as I said to the apostles, I've been with you for so long, and you don't know me yet. They know many things that do not form the life of the creature. From my will nothing is known that forms life and the continuous act of life, without which the creature could not live. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive and recognize. In you and outside of you. In all things. My will which is more than your very life. You will feel admirable things, his continual act. Who loves you with a tireless love and who, because of this love, gives you life. I am again in the arms of the divine Fiat. It seems to me that its immense light surrounds me like a sea. Doing my acts of love, worship, and thanksgiving. I take from this light the love that the divine will possesses. However, I only take as much as I can. Because it is so huge. That a creature cannot take everything and that I have neither the capacity nor the space to contain this endless love that fills me entirely, so that despite being a creature, my love for the one who created me is full and complete. Hence my adoration. Because the acts performed in the divine will must have such fullness that the creature must be able to say, my whole being dissolves into love and worship. There is nothing left of me. The Creator must be able to say, all the love she could give me, she gave it to me. There is nothing left for herself. As I did my little acts in this sea. Small waves have formed even in my intelligence. Where they have been transformed into the light of knowledge of the divine will. My ever-kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, the one who lives in my divine will, always has something to do with light, never with darkness. As light is fertile, it gives birth in the soul to the knowledge it possesses. The virtue of light is wonderful and miraculous. If looking at it one sees nothing but light, it internally possesses the fullness of goods. But she does not communicate them to the one who only looks at them. And only to the one who lets herself be touched, shaped, embraced by her ardent kisses. By touching, it purifies. By kissing, she encloses her light in the soul and, with a fecundity that does not know how to be idle, she works constantly and communicates the beautiful rainbow of colors and divine beauties. She infuses with her beauties the wonderful truths and ineffable secrets of her Creator. To live in the light of my divine will and not be able to be the light of divine things, of our secrets. Not to feel the fertilizing virtue of light. It would be as if God wanted to separate the life of His creature. Our only purpose was that our will should also be that of the creature because we want to live with it permanently. That is why it would be absurd to live in my will and not to feel the fruitfulness of the goods possessed by this light, which is that of making the life of God and of the creature similar. Then he added, "My daughter, see therefore in creation all the preparations for this most solemn feast, the one that our divinity wanted to solemnize with the creature from the beginning of its existence. What have we not prepared for this feast to be of the most solemn? Stars studded with stars, a radiant sun of light. Wines of freshness, seas. Blooms and fruits of a wide variety of tastes and flavors. After preparing everything, we created man, so that he can party and we with him. It was right that the master of the party, who had prepared everything with so much love, may enjoy it with him. Especially since the substance of the party was formed by the company of the guests we wanted at this party. So that this feast would never be interrupted between us and man, we gave him the very will that regulated our divine being. So that the regime and rule between God and the creature may be one. But when man withdrew from our will, he has lost our regime and our rule. And both sides stopped partying. Consequently, when you do your deeds in our will and when you recall all that we do in creation to prepare our feast with the creature, we feel that our fiat is your diet and your rule. It renews our bonds, urges us to form the new feast and makes us repeat that of creation. And I, my beloved Jesus, however great my desire to live in your will, and I would rather die than not do your most holy will. However, I feel mean and dirty. How can I repeat this holiday for you? Jesus said. So great is our love for the one who has decided to live in our will and forever, that our will becomes itself a brush of light. With his touches of light and warmth, he purifies the creature of all its spots so that it is not ashamed to stand in its adorable presence. It allows him to celebrate with us with trust and love. Therefore, let yourself be painted by my divine will, even at the cost of any suffering. My will take care of everything. My abandonment continues in the divine will. I understood the great good that my little soul feels in living under the authority of such a holy will. His jealousy and love are such that he watches over the slightest things and seems to say, "No one touches it except me, and woe to the one who would dare." I thought then, he loves me so much. Have I ever had the misfortune to oppose such a kind and adorable will? I have serious doubts. Especially in this last period of my existence and with what happened, that there may have been breaks between my will and the divine will. My poor mind was devastated by this sad doubt. Then my sweet Jesus, no longer able to bear to see me afflicted, in his goodness, said to me, "My dear daughter, cast out of your mind all doubt and anxiety, for they weaken you and break your flight towards this will that loves you so much. It is true that there have been reflections, fears, lack of total abandonment, so that you may have felt the weight of your will as if she wanted to move away to go her own way. And you've become that little kid who's afraid of everything, so she often cries. I then hold you tightly between my arms, always watching over your will to keep it safe. So there have been no real breaks between my divine will and yours, my daughter. If heaven forbid, my daughter, this could have happened, you would have suffered the same misfortune as Adam's. How many preparations preceded its existence? Our love did not leave us in peace. We were training a sky and a sun, a beautiful garden and so many other things. All these preparatory acts. We gave free rein to our works out of love for this man. And in creating it, our love poured out our divine life in him. Made permanent life of this man. so that he felt eternal life inside, as outside of himself in our works created out of love for him. Our love was so great that it became revealing of our divine being within man. Because he had established our permanent life in him, and he was revealing on the outside. Thus everything created was a revelation of our love that had made it for him. Especially since in creation, all created things were given to man, as well as our life, permanently and not at intervals. A love that says yes today and tomorrow no is a broken love. The nature of our love is not adapted to an interrupted love. Our love is eternal and never says enough. That is why Adam, by separating ourselves from our divine will, squandered all of creation with our life that was in him. It is a very grave offense to withdraw from our divine will. So we have set aside all our preparations. This great good that we had formed, we have withdrawn from man. With us all creation remained offended. So much so that when Adam formed the break with our will, he offended the sky, the stars, the sun, the air he was breathing, the sea, the land on which he walked. All felt offended. Because my divine will is like the heartbeat and blood circulation of all things created. All felt the sadness of the rupture of the human will. They felt that the pulsation whose life and conservation they were receiving was touched. Therefore, if there had ever been a break between your will and mine, I would have set aside all my many preparations made in your soul and my many graces granted, and I would have withdrawn by putting you aside. If you continue to feel my presence, this is the sign. May my will remain firm in you, and may your will remain in his position. If you knew what it means not to do my will, the creature dares prevent and kill this movement that never ceases, and give death to the holy deeds that my divine will has established to complete in the creature. My will wants to give divine life. If she wants to give end, if the human will does not receive it and opposes it, the creature then makes the knife to kill and suffocate this divine life in his soul. It seems to him that not doing my will is nothing, while this constitutes all the evil of the creature and the greatest offense to our supreme majesty. Therefore, be attentive and may your abandonment in my will be continual. I am still there, in the center of the divine Fiat. Although in the nightmare of the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. Oh, how painful it is to feel Jesus escape, he who loves me and whom I love and which forms my life of strength, love, and light, escapes from my life. Oh, my God, what a pain to feel life, but which is not true life. What torture, what laceration. And as I feel like I'm repeating, there's no pain like mine. Heaven and earth weep with me. All of them implore for me the return of this Jesus who loves me and whom I love. I surrendered myself even more in this divine Fiat, that no one can take me away, not even Jesus himself. He hides and sometimes moves away from me, but his divine will never leaves me. He is always with me. My poor mind roams all that the divine Fiat has done and still does for our love. I was thinking of this great love manifested in our creation. Then my beloved Jesus came out of hiding and said to me, "My daughter, the creation of man was the center, where our divinity centralized all the goods that were to rise in the creature. We have put in it the divine life and the divine will, the human life and the human will. Human life was to serve as our residence. The two merged wills were to form a common life in perfect agreement. The human will would take our will to form its deeds, and our will would dwell in the continual act of self-giving so that the human will could stay modeled and all informed in the divine will. But there is no life, whether human or spiritual and divine, who does not need food to grow, become stronger, beautify and rejoice. Especially since we had put our divine life in man. As he was unable to receive all the fullness of the divine being, we put in him what he could contain of our life, giving him the freedom to make it grow as much as he could and wanted. Our life in man needs food to grow. Thus it was necessary to put in him a divine will. For our divine life could never have adapted to the foods of the human will. That is why all the acts of the creature performed by virtue of our divine will and in it served as food and made our divine life grow in it. So that as soon as the creature did its acts in our fiat, it took sometimes of our love and nourished us with it, sometimes of our fortitude, sometimes of our infinite sweetness, sometimes of our divine joys to feed us. What order, what harmony between man and us in creation, to the point of asking him for our own nourishment. Not because we needed it, but in order to maintain the enthusiasm of love, correspondence, the inseparable union between him and us. While he took care of us, we took care of us. To feed it and preserve our dear residence. To make him other wonderful gifts in order to make him happier. To love it more and to make us love more. But do you want to know what are the most wonderful gifts we give to the creature? It is by demonstrating to him a knowledge of our Supreme Being, a truth that concerns us. One of our secrets. This is the most beautiful gift we give him. Each of these gifts forms an additional bond between the creature and us. And every truth is a property that we put into its soul. It is that in the soul where our will reigns, we find our divine food. Our property to the extent that this is possible for a creature. Our residence. It is therefore ourselves that we find in our house, in our center, in the middle of our properties. So do you see what it means? Make our will reign, and the great good of making our truths known to you? Each of our truths bears its distinct good. One brings its light. The other his fortitude. Others their goodness, wisdom, love, etc. Each of them binds the creature to God in a special way and God to the creature. So know how correspond to so many gifts that your Jesus has given you. And always live in our will. My surrender into the divine will continues. I feel his enchanting force that imposes itself gently on me, but without forcing me. Because he doesn't like forced things. They are not for him. These are things that do not belong to him. That is why he ensures that all my actions receive the life of the divine will and can become like his own deeds. It seems to me that every act performed in his adorable will is a victory. Let him win over the smallness of my will. And I thought, how ugly human nature is without the divine will. My sweet Jesus said to me, my daughter, human nature that lives without my will is ugly. Because it was created by the Supreme Being to live united with the divine Fiat, so that by living without him, a movement occurs in human nature. In this movement, order, strength, love, light, holiness, reason itself is removed. All these wonderful dowries are there in the creature because God has placed them there as in a sanctuary. But they are no longer in their place, all in disorder. As they are no longer in their position, one plays against the other. Passions fight holiness. Weakness fights strength. Human love fights the divine. The creature the creator, etc. Human nature without the divine will turns into ugliness. She turns around. In her disorder, she goes to war against her creator. Soul and body were created by God to live together. If the body wanted to have a separate life from the soul, wouldn't he undergo a sad transformation to the point of no longer recognizing what he was? In the creation of man, our divinity has made our infinite wisdom participate. That of an expert craftsman, who possesses all the science and art of creating, and who sees in his omniscience that, so that this man may be our honor and worthy, the work of our creative hands, of our glory and of his own too, he must be formed of a body and a soul, and to be charged with our will as the first life of the soul and body, so that what is the soul for the body? Our will had to be for both of them. That is why the creature was created and had its beginning, body, soul, human will and divine will, all together, which were to have a life in common in the greatest agreement. Our will that had primacy had to be done nurturer, conservative and dominatrix of this creature. Gold. If human nature without our divine will is ugly, united to our will it is of a rare and enchanting beauty. In his creation, we placed the germ and the seed of light. Better than a tender mother, our Fiat spread its wings over this seed. He caresses her, gives her his breath, embraces her, nourishes her, makes her grow and communicates with her warmth and light all the diversities of divine beauties. The human nature that receives this participation is under the impetuous and continual influence of a strength, a holiness, a love all divine. She grows to become beautiful, kind, and admirable in the eyes of all. Thus human nature, as it was created by us, is not ugly, but beautiful. We don't know how to do an ugly thing. But she can make herself ugly. By not remaining in the ways for which it was created and desired by us. You therefore see how necessary it is for creatures to make our will and live in our will, so that it may enter into the first act of its creation. For if this is destroyed, the creature remains disfigured and without true life. All things were created in isolation. All good is to preserve oneself as they were created by God. This is the case for science. If a person wanted to learn to read without wanting to learn vowels and their union with consonants, which is the beginning and the foundation, the substance from which the sciences are derived, could she ever learn to read? She might be passionate about books, but never learning. So you see the necessary lines to follow concerning the way things were formed at the beginning of their existence. If you don't want to pass from beautiful to ugly, from good to evil, from life to death, what good can the creature hope for, who does not live united to our will, in whom was the beginning of creation established? Oh! If all could understand, as they would be attentive to let themselves be dominated, nourished, raised by my will, which being at the beginning of their existence would form in them all the beauty, the good, the holiness and the great fortune of life here on earth, and then the great glory of their lives up there. After which I continued my deeds in the divine will, it seemed to me that these acts then had virtue to unite heaven and earth, to attract all the celestial inhabitants to observe the creature who allowed himself to be invested by the divine will, so that he may act in his deeds. My sweet Jesus added, "My daughter, there is nothing more beautiful, more holy, more graceful, who possesses a virtue and a strength more enchanting than a soul dominated by my divine will. She is the smile of heaven on earth. Each of his acts is an enchantment for his creator, who feels the sweet force of his will in the creature and is pleasantly delighted, and all the blessed feel that on earth there is a soul that delights the will of heaven, to make it his own and live in common with them. Oh! They are doubly happy, seeing that this Fiat that beats them and brings them supreme bliss also reigns in a point on earth, where it operates and triumphs. We see on this point of the earth a cloud of heaven, a divine will at work, a smile of the heavenly homeland that attracts the attention of all heaven, so that he may defend it and enjoy that smile that forms the divine will in this creature. Because the saints are inseparable from all his deeds and participate in them according to their merit. Since the acts performed in my divine will are so many chains of love that run between heaven and earth, and that love them all without exception. As the creature loves them all, it is welcome for everyone. Therefore, my daughter, be attentive. Fly, always run in my divine will in order to form the smile of heaven on earth. It is beautiful to see the smile of the sky. But as happiness and smile are its properties, the earth is rendered more beautiful, more attractive, because the heavenly smile that my divine will forms in the creature is not its property. My abandonment in the divine will continues. I seek to unite as much as I can my small acts with those of the divine will, so that they may be one with his own, to the point of almost being able to say, "What you do, I do. I immerse myself in your light so that I can stretch out with you. And so I can embrace and love all creatures with your own will." I was doing this when my beloved Jesus said to me, My daughter, the virtue and power of the acts performed in my divine will are such. Let them change into divine messengers leaving the earth for the vault of heaven. These messengers come out of my divine will, but are sent by a creature who works and lives in it. Thus they bring with them the right to enter our heavenly region. They bring the happy news that the earth wants the reign of our will. Since a little exile who works and lives in our will does nothing else, that to use this will that reigns in heaven, to ask him to go down to reign on earth as he reigns in heaven. These messengers of light, how many secrets do they not hide? The light of our divine will is already in herself the secretary of all divine and human things, and knows how to keep the true secret. When one sees light in appearance, it hides within this light all the secrets of all things. Nothing can escape him. This light contains the great secret of the whole history of creation. She entrusts her secrets only to the one who wants to live in her light. Because light contains virtue, to arrange the creature to live and understand the divine secrets, and if necessary to dispose her to offer her life, so that he can give life to his divine secrets and the purpose of creation, which was only that our will reigns on earth as it reigns in heaven. Therefore, my daughter, if you want to be careful to always live in my will, she will entrust to you all the secrets of the history of creation. She will make the deposit in your soul of all her joys and her immense sorrows. As with her secretary, with her vibrant light, turning into a brush, she will paint in you the sun, the sky, the stars, the sea, and the magnificent blooms. Because when she speaks, my will is not satisfied only with words. Because words cannot be enough to his unquenchable love and to its endless light, she wants action. Therefore, with its creative virtue, as she confides her secrets, it speaks and forms the new creation in the creature. My will is not content to tell its secrets, but she wants to make works that contain her secrets. That is why we will see in the creature that lives in my will new heavens, brighter suns than in creation itself. For you must know that there is in my will a thirst, a burning desire to want to be at work always. She seeks the creature who wants to listen to her and receive her creative virtues so as not to unnecessarily exhibit her works. To be sure, she seeks this will in the soul. When she finds her, she sees her works guaranteed by this divine fiat. She spares no effort. She then performs for you the most beautiful works and the greatest wonders. Oh, power and omnipotence of my will! If all creatures knew you, they would love you and let you rule, and the earth would be changed into heaven. I was doing my deeds in the divine will. I prayed that he might put on my whole being, that all my heartbeats, breaths, words, and prayers may come out of me as repeated acts of the divine will. Oh, as I would like to be a continuous act of the divine will so that I can say, I have in my power all your deeds and your love. So I do what you do and I love you no less than you love me. It seems to me that true love does not know how to restrict itself. He wants to expand to the point of wanting infinite love in his power. Since it is not given to the creature to be able to embrace it, it resorts to the divine will to obtain it. Immersing himself in her, the creature said with the highest satisfaction, I love with infinite love. My little intelligence was lost in the divine fiat. So when my kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, the one who is satisfied with the little love that the creature possesses, does not know the nature of true love. Especially this love is subject to extinction. If it is content with it, the creature comes to lack the necessary source that gives life to the flame of true love and nourishes it. You see thus, my daughter, that our paternal goodness has given man by creating him the freedom to be able to come to us as often as he wanted, without putting any limits on it. On the contrary, to encourage him to come much more often, we promised him that at each of his visits, he would receive the nice surprise of a new gift. It would have been for our unquenchable love a suffering if he had not always had something to give to his children. He even looks forward to their arrival to make them one after the other the surprise of gifts more beautiful than the others. Our love wants to feast with the creature. He is happy to prepare the festivities himself to have the opportunity to always give. He is like the father who wants to be surrounded by his children. Not to receive, but to give and prepare the feasts and banquets to rejoice with his children. What could be the pain of a loving father if his children didn't come or had nothing to give him? For our paternal goodness, there is no danger that we do not have something to give them. But there is the one that our children do not come. Our love becomes delusional because he wants to give. And to be more sure of where the creature would deposit the gifts, he wants to find in it our divine will that will preserve the infinite value of our gifts. The creature will cease to be small in his love, prayers, and deeds, but he will feel united with our will that flows within him like an infinite vein. So that everything will become infinite for the creature. His love, his prayers, his deeds and all things. By loving us, she will then feel in her the contentment that is none other than ourselves. Because she will hold a divine will in her power, and it is he who runs in her actions. After which I continued my round in the acts that the omnipotent Fiat had done in creation in order to love, honor, and thank what it had done. I understood the order, union, and inseparability possessed by all created things. And this only because a divine will dominates them. So that all creation can be called a single and continuous act of the supreme will. This act, given that the will that reigns is a maintains peace, order, love, and inseparability between all created things. For otherwise, if there was not a single will, but more than one who would dominate them, there would be no true union between the things created. The sky would be at war with the sun with the earth, the land with the sea, etc. They would imitate men who do not allow themselves to be dominated by a single supreme will, so that there is no true union between them and one stands against the other. My Jesus, my love, oh, how much I would like to be a unique act of your will to be at peace with all and possess the union and inseparability of heaven, the sun, and all things. And you would find love in me, that you have put in the sky, the sun, and in all things. My sweet Jesus added, my daughter, all the things we have created possess the unitive force and the bond of inseparableness. Our divine Fiat knows how to do separate things between them, in such a way that a created thing cannot say, I am like the other. The sky cannot say that it is sun and the sun cannot say that it is sea. But he doesn't know how to do things isolated and separated from each other. The union pleases our divine Fiat so much that it places them in the condition where one cannot separate from the other. Although they are distinct and each has its own function, order and union in their movement are such that this movement is one, and that one is their incessant round. But why does my Fiat make their movement and round continuous? This is in order to give them this race of love to the one who created them, and to make them run towards the creatures to exercise their function as an offering of the love of their Creator who created them for them. Now the creature possesses the connection of all the things created, it turns with them. So, if you breathe, it is the air that makes you breathe, palpate, circulate blood in your veins. The air gives you the breath, the beating of your heart. He takes it to give it back to you again. And as he incessantly gives and takes your breath, he turns and runs with all the things created. And your breath turns and runs with the air. Your eye, filling with the light, runs into the sun. Your feet run with the earth. But do you want to know who has the good to feel the strength, union, order, and inseparability of all living created things, and the race of his whole being towards the Creator? She is the one who allows herself to be dominated and possesses the life of my will. Things have not changed and are as they were in the beginning. It is the creature that has changed by not doing our will. But the creature who makes our will and allows himself to be dominated by her occupies the place of honor as created by God. Therefore we find it in the sun, in the sky, in the sea, and in union with all created things. Oh, how beautiful it is to find it in all things that we have created and which we did only out of love for her. My poor spirit, turning in the acts performed by the divine will, traces all those she made for Recognize them, love them, appreciate them and to offer them as the most beautiful tribute to this divine will as the worthy fruits of his works. I was doing this when my sweet Jesus said to me, "My daughter, how pleasant and sweet it is to my heart to hear you trace all that my divine will has done. To recognize it, love it, and offer it to us as the most beautiful tribute of the love we have had for creatures by creating so many things. Your soul in tracing them rings the bell like a call to all the things that came out of our divine Fiat and to tell us, how many beautiful things you have created for me in order to give them to me and as a pledge of your love. And in turn, I give them back to you. As a gift and token of my love for you." So we feel the life of the creature pulsating in our works. His little love runs in ours, and the purpose of creation is realized. To know our works and the purpose for which they were made is the creature's point of support where it finds a divine will in its power. This is our pretext to give him other surprises, new gifts and new graces. And me, my love, a thought afflicts me. I am afraid that I may miss the continuation of my deeds in your divine will and that offended by the interruption of the sound of my bell. You set me aside and stop giving me the grace to let me live in your will." Jesus added, "My daughter, don't be afraid, you must know that one step gives rise to another step. A good is the life and support of another good and that one act calls to life another act. And that also evil, fault, is the life of another evil and other faults. Things never remain isolated, but almost always have their succession. The good is like the seed that contains generative virtue. Provided that the creature has the patience to sow it in the bosom of the earth, it will produce 10, 20, or 100 times more. In the same way, if the creature has patience and watches to include in her soul the seed of the good she has done, it will have the generation, the multiplicity, the hundredfold of the good deeds it has performed. If you could know what it means to perform a good deed. Each act is a protection that the creature acquires. A voice before our throne that speaks in favor of the one who has done good. Every good act is one more defender for the creature. If due to the circumstances of life, she is in difficult and dangerous situations, where it seems to want to wobble and fall, the good deeds she has done become assailants who harass us so that the creature that loved us and had a succession of good deeds does not waver. They rush around the creature to support it so that it does not capitulate to danger. And if there were to be a sequence of acts performed in our will, each of the acts would have a value, a divine virtue that defends the creature. We see in each of his actions our will endangered. We then make ourselves the defenders and supporters of the one who gave life to our divine Fiat in her actions. Can deny ourselves or disavow the work of our will in the creature? No, no. Also, do not be afraid, and surrender as a newborn in our arms to feel our support and protection from your own actions. Do you believe that a repeated and continuous good is nothing? These are divine properties that the creature acquires. Armies that are formed for the conquest of the celestial regions. The one who has many continuous good deeds is similar to the one who has acquired many properties. A setback can't do him much harm, because its many properties will fill the void created by this setback. On the other hand, the one who has acquired only a few things or who has nothing, the slightest setback is enough to throw it on the pavement in the most sordid misery. That's what it's like to do a lot of good, or just a little, or not at all. Therefore, I repeat to you, be attentive. Be faithful to me. And your flight into my will be continual. Jesus added, My daughter, you must know that by preparing to do your deeds in my divine will, it remains conceived in your act. By doing so you give him the free field to form his life in the act you perform. Your new deeds serve as food for those already performed. Because my divine will is life. When she has been encased in the creature's actions, she feels the need. Air, breath, heartbeat, food. New acts are needed because they serve to maintain his divine air, its continuous breath, its uninterrupted beats and food. To grow my own will in the creature. You therefore see the continuation of your deeds is necessary to make my will live and reign in the creature. Otherwise my will would be embarrassed, without his complete triumph in all his acts. My surrender into the divine will continues. Doing my deeds, I thought. But is it true that Jesus loves the continuity of my little deeds? And Jesus, making himself felt, said to me, "My daughter, an interrupted love can never lead to heroism. Because not being continual, it forms many voids in the creature, which produce weakness and coldness, which almost extinguish the small flame lit, taking away from it the firmness of love. Love with its light shows who is the one she loves. By her warmth she keeps the flame burning and gives birth to the heroism of true love. So much so that she is happy to give her life for the one she loves. A continual love has the virtue of engendering in the soul of the creature the one it loves permanently. This birth is formed at the center of his continual love. So you see what incessant love means? It is to form the pyre to burn you and consume yourself in order to form the life of your beloved Jesus. That is, I consume my life in continual love in order to make the one whom I love eternally live. Oh! If I had not always loved the creature of a love that never says enough, I would never have come down from heaven to earth to give my life in the midst of so much suffering and heroism, out of love for her. It was my continual love that, like a sweet chain, attracted me and made me perform this heroic act to obtain his love. Continual love can happen to anything, it can do and facilitate everything, and it knows how to convert everything into love. Conversely, an interrupted love can be called a love of circumstance, a self-interested love, vile love, which often happens if circumstances change, to deny and even despise the one we love. Especially since only continual acts form life in the creature. When it forms its act, light, love, holiness, increase in the act itself according to the act it performs. See. That is why an interrupted love or good cannot be called nor true love, nor real life, nor real. Then he added with a tender accent, "My daughter, if you want your Jesus to complete in you his plans of love, let your love and your deeds be continual in my will. Because it is in continuity that this one can dispose of his divine mode of action, can engage in the perennial act of the creature, and he hastens to accomplish what he has established for her. For by virtue of his incessant deeds, he then finds the space, the necessary preparations and the very life where to be able form its admirable designs and accomplish his most beautiful works. Moreover, every act performed in my will is a more reformed link between the divine will and the human will. One more step into the sea of his fiat. A great additional right that the soul acquires. After which I continued to pray before the tabernacle of love. I thought to myself, what are you doing, my love, in this prison of love? All goodness, Jesus, said to me. My daughter, do you want to know what I'm doing there? I make my day. You must know that I have locked up all my life spent here on earth in one day. My day begins with my conception and, after my birth, the veils of sacramental accidents serve as my nappies for the infantile age. When out of ingratitude men leave me alone and seek to offend me, I live my exile in the company of a loving soul, who like a second mother does not know how to detach herself from me and keeps me faithfully company. From this exile, I go to Nazareth to live my hidden life, in the company of the few good souls around me, continuing my day. When the creatures approach to receive me, I relieve my public life by repeating my evangelical scenes, giving all my teachings the support and comfort they need. I act as a father, a master, a doctor and, if necessary, also as a judge. I spend my day waiting for you and doing good to all. And as I often stay alone without a heart beating by my side, I feel around me a desert and I remain alone, alone to pray. I feel the loneliness of my days spent in the desert here on earth and, oh, how much it pains me. My jealous love seeks hearts, and I feel isolated and abandoned. But my day is not over with this abandonment. Not many days go by without ungrateful souls coming to offend me and receive me sacrilegiously. They make me live my day with my passion and my death on the cross. Ah! It is the sacrilege and the most ruthless death that I receive in this sacrament of love. So much so that in this tabernacle, I spend my day redoing everything I did in the 33 years of my mortal life. And in all that I have done and all that I do, the first purpose, the first act of life is that the will of my Father be done on earth as in heaven. So in this little host, I do nothing but implore. May my will and that of my children be one. And I call you in this divine will in which you find all my life in action. And by following it, meditating on it and offering it, you unite to my Eucharistic day. In order to obtain that my will be known and reign on earth. And so you too can say, I spend my day with Jesus. My poor mind seems to know nothing except to get lost in the divine Fiat et. Oh! What a pain when, even for a brief moment, he is ravaged by the shadow of a thought of not being whole in the will of God. I feel, alas, the weight of my unfortunate will. On the other hand, if there is nothing entered into me that is not the will of God, I feel happy. I live in the immensity of His light. I cannot even know where His light ends, which forms for me the heavenly sojourn of eternal peace. Oh! Power of the Supreme Will! Don't leave me for a moment. You who know how to change the human in divine, ugliness in beauty, suffering in joy, although they remain suffering. Your arms of light hold me so tightly that everything else, scattered by your light, no longer dares to worry me or break my happiness. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus, as if to approve and confirm my thoughts, said to me, "My daughter, isn't my divine will beautiful? Ah! She alone is the bearer of the true happiness and great fortune of the poor creature, who, doing his own will, does nothing but break his happiness, interrupt the current of light and change his fortune into a very great misfortune. And when the creature is ready to do my will, it rehabilitates the lost goods. Because the substance of my divine will is light, and all his works can be called effects of this light. So that in the one who allows herself to be dominated, the act will be one. But as the substance of the light it possesses, the creature will feel its many effects. Because this unique act will produce as an effect of its light, works, speech, thoughts, the palpitations of my will in the creature who will be able to say, all this is a unique act of supreme will. And everything else is nothing but the effects of that light. The effects of this light are admirable, they take all similarities, all forms of the works, steps, words, sufferings, prayers and tears, but all animated by light, which forms such a variety of beauty that your Jesus remains delighted. As for the Son, who animates everything with his light without destroying or changing anything, but she comes to put it of himself and it communicates the variety of colors, the diversity of flavors, by making them acquire a virtue and beauty that they did not possess. This is my divine will. Without undoing anything that the creature does, it embellishes the soul with its light and communicates its divine power to it. After which I continued my abandonment in the divine Fiat by following his deeds. My beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, all good comes out of God at maturity. This maturation is formed between God and the soul. Do you see, in doing your deeds, you expose yourself to the rays of the divine sun under the heat and light. Your deeds do not remain arid and tasteless, but they ripen, and you with them, in love and in the divine knowledge in all that you do. And me, seeing you matured in these acts, I prepare in myself another love and other truths to tell you. Nothing sterile comes out of me, but everything is fruitful and well matured in the living flame of my love. Thus you receive virtue to form in yourself new maturations. That is why I often wait for the conclusion of your actions to surprise you by making other truths known to you. These, like so many breaths of heat and light, Act by maturing in your soul the goods and truths that your Jesus has communicated to you. You thus see the necessity of your actions to dispose you to receive other knowledge from my divine fiat, in order to let me find in you the continuation of your actions to make them mature. If not, what could I do? I would stay like a sun that travels the earth, would not find a flower or fruit to ripen, so that all the admirable effects that the sun contains would remain in its light, and the earth would receive nothing. That is why heaven opens to working souls the miraculous power of the light of my divine will. Not to idle souls, but to those who work, who sacrifice themselves, who love, who always find something to do for me. You should know that the beatitudes of heaven are returning to earth, to go and settle in the soul that works in my will. For they do not want to leave it deprived of heavenly joys and happiness while this soul forms one and only will with heaven. However, blessed souls, if they are bathed in divine joys, they acquire no merit for them. On the other hand, for the soul still traveling, it adds to his happiness and his merits. Because for the one who does my will on earth, everything is meritorious. The word, the prayer, the breath and the joys themselves are converted into merits and new acquisitions. I followed my actions in the divine will. I prayed to my greatest good Jesus to make rise in each of my acts the sun of the divine will so that I can give it with each act love, tribute, and glory. This sun would form for him in each of my acts one day of divine light, love, and deep worship, by communicating this day in my act by his will. Oh! As I would like to say in every one of my actions, whether big or small, I do one day for Jesus to love him more. I thought that. Then my beloved Jesus repeated his usual little visit into my soul. And he tells me, my daughter, my divine will is the true day for the creature. But in order to form this day, my will must be called in the act of the creature. In order to place oneself in the act to make his divine day rise. And she possesses virtue to change the act, the word, the step, the joys and the sufferings into the most splendid and enchanting days. While the creature comes out of its sleep, my will awaits to be called to form in her day of action. My will is pure light. It is not adapted to work in the obscure act of human will. She changes the act into day to form her splendid full-day heroic and divine deeds with an order and beauty worthy only of her life-giving and operative virtue. It can be said that my will awaits behind the doors of the creature's act, like the sun behind the windows of the rooms. Although light is abundant outside, these remain in the dark, because the doors are not yet open. Thus, although my divine will is the light that illuminates everything, the human act is always obscure, if the day of my will is not called to rise in him. Therefore, call on my will to rise in every one of your actions, if you will. May she form in you her magnificent day, and that I may find in you and in each of your acts my days of love which surround me with joys and delights to make me repeat. My delights are to be with the children of my divine will. I will spend my happy days in you. No in the unfortunate night of your human will, but in the sojourn of full light and eternal peace of my heavenly land. Ah! Yes, I repeat. I am happy in the creature. I feel in her the echo of my day spent here on earth and the echo of the day I spend in my prison in the sacrament of love, all filled with my divine will. That is why if you want to make me happy, make me find in you the operative virtue of my divine will, who knows how to form for me the most beautiful and brightest day, all dotted with ineffable joys and heavenly happiness. Since the creature, from the beginning of his creation, came out of God in the happy and peaceful day of our divine will. In her everything was light, full noon, inside and out. In her heart, before her eyes, over her head and even under her footsteps, she saw and felt the pulsating life of my holy will. The latter, when she held her immersed in the fullness of light and happiness, closed to her all the ways and steps of human misfortune. And it is the creature that in doing its human will forms, exits the unfortunate ways, painful steps, The oppressive night made not of rest, but of vigils of passions, agitations, and torments. This in my divine will itself. And this is because the creature was created only for my will. In order to live in her and for her. There is no purpose for her, neither on earth nor in heaven, nor even in hell, apart from my divine fiat. That is why the creature who lives in my divine will closes these outings, by each of his acts in her. Removes the paths of misfortune it has formed. Makes painful steps disappear. Suffocates at night. Rest comes that puts an end to all his ills. Then my will himself who sees that the creature wants to live in him. Caress. Puts it in celebration and helps it to remove its exit routes. He closes the doors of his evils because we don't want and we don't like the creature to be unhappy. For this dishonors us and forms his pain and ours. Therefore, we want to see her happy, and our very happiness. Oh! How painful it is for our paternal heart to possess immense riches, infinite joys, and to see our children in our own home, that is, our own will, in poverty, fasting and unhappiness. I was doing my round in the divine will to follow all his deeds performed out of love for us. Arriving in Eden, I stopped at the act where God created man. What a solemn moment! What an enthusiasm for love! An act that can be called very pure, complete, substantial and uninterrupted divine love. The man has been trained, had its beginning, was born in the love of his Creator. It was right that he should grow as he had been kneaded and animated by the breath, like a small flame, of the breath of the one who loved him so much. I was thinking about that. Then my sweet Jesus visited my little soul and said to me, "My daughter, man's creation was nothing but an outpouring of our love. However, it was impossible for him to receive everything in himself. He did not have the capacity to receive in himself an act from the one who had given birth to him. That is why our act remained inside and outside of him so that he could use it as food to grow before the one who had created him with so much love and loved him so much. In creating man, we were not only pouring out our love but all our divine qualities, power, kindness, beauty, etc. They have also spread outside. With this outpouring of our divine qualities, the celestial table always remained prepared at the disposal of man. When he wanted, he could come and sit at the celestial table to feed on our goodness, power, beauty, love, and wisdom, and grow before us with these same divine qualities and the model of our likeness. Whenever he came into our presence to take a sip of our divine qualities, we took him on our lap to rest and digest what he had taken, so that he can feed again on our divine dishes, to form his complete growth of goodness, power, holiness, and beauty as desired by our love and our will. When we do a job, our love is so great that we give and prepare everything, so that nothing can be missing from our work. We do complete works, never half. If something seems to be missing, it's because of the creature, who does not take all that we have served for his good and for our glory. After which I continued to think about the divine will. My beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, life in the divine will is a gift we give to the creature. It is a great gift, which surpasses in value, holiness, beauty, and happiness all other gifts, in an infinite and unsurpassable way. When we grant this gift so great, we do nothing but open the doors to make the creature the owner of our divine possessions. It's a place where passions and perils are no longer alive and where no enemy can hurt her. The gift confirms the creature in the property, in love, in the very life of the Creator. The Creator remains confirmed in the creature, so there is inseparability between one and the other. With this gift, the creature will feel that its fate has changed. From poor, she will become rich. Sick, she will recover perfectly. Unhappy, she will feel that everything has turned for her into happiness. Living in the gift of our will is very different from doing our will. The first is a price, a premium. This is our decision. To conquer the creature with an invincible and irresistible force. To fulfill the human will in a sensitive way so as to that she will touch with her hand and with clarity the great good that comes to her. You would have to be crazy to get out of such a good. Because as long as the soul is on a journey, the doors do not close behind the gift, but remain open. So that freely and without being forced the soul can live in our gift, especially since with this gift it will not do our will out of necessity, but because it loves Him and is His. On the other hand, doing our will is not a bonus, but a duty and a necessity that the soul must undergo whether it likes it or not. Things that are done out of duty and necessity, if they can escape, they escape. Because in them does not enter the spontaneous love that makes us love and recognize our will as being worthy of being loved and known. Necessity hides the good it contains and makes feel the weight of sacrifice and duty. On the contrary, life in our will is not a sacrifice, but a conquest. It is not a duty, but love. The creature feels lost in our gift. She loves Him not only as our will, but also because it belongs exclusively to Him. Not to give her the first place, the reign, the domination, would be not to love herself. Now, my daughter, this is what we want to give to the creature, our will as a gift. Because looking at it and possessing it as being your own will make it easy to let it form its kingdom. This gift had been made to man in Eden. He rejected it with ingratitude. But our will has not changed. We keep it in reserve. What one has rejected, with more surprising graces, we keep ready to be given to others. It doesn't matter the weather. Because for us, centuries are like one point. However, great preparations are needed on the part of the creatures to know the great good of this gift in order to sigh after it. But the time will come when our will be possessed by the creature as a gift. I felt oppressed because of the privations of my sweet Jesus. What a heart-breaking nail that no one can remove or calm down to bring a little relief to such a martyrdom. Only His return and His kind presence can magically transform the nail and suffering into very pure joys. Only Jesus knows how to communicate them to us through His kind presence. That is why I was only abandoning myself in the arms of the divine will. I prayed that she would reveal to me the one after whom I sigh. I was doing this when my kind Jesus illuminated my poor soul like lightning. He said to me, "Courage, my good daughter. You overwhelm yourself too much and your overwhelm reduces you to the extreme by throwing doubt in you. That your Jesus does not love you and that perhaps He will no longer come. No, no, I don't want that doubt. Oppressions, doubts, fears are wounds to my love. And they weaken your love for me. By making you lose momentum and flight to go to me and love me. And the flow of continued love for me is broken. Here you are poor and sick and I no longer find the powerful impulse of your uninterrupted love that attracts me to you. You must know that all the acts of my divine will, which are innumerable, are all reduced to a single point and act. It is the greatest wonder of our Supreme Being to form, possess, and see every possible and imaginable act in one act. Thus all the acts performed by the creature in our will are reduced to a single act. But to have the virtue of placing all acts in one act, the creature must to form and possess in itself the continual love and my eternal will that will make all acts begin with the virtue of a single act. You see, therefore, that all that you have done in my will is brought together in a single act, and form your procession, your support, your strength, your light that never goes out. And they love you so much that by becoming arms, they keep you as a dear student of my Fiat because it is in you that they were formed and received life. Consequently, don't overwhelm yourself. Enjoy the fruits of my will. If you see that I am slow to come, wait for me with patient love when you think about it the least. I will surprise you by making you my usual little visit and je serai heureux de trouver en toi ma volonté toujours dans l'acte de m'aimer. Après quoi il ajuda. Ma fille, notre divine volonté est grande, plus santa, immense, etc. Cek nest gara serpent puisque tout ces divines qualités sunt notre par nature. Etils forment tous ensemble notre être suprême. De sorte que par nature nous sommes immenses en puissance, immenses en amour, en beauté, en sagesse, en miséricorde, etc. As we are immense in all things, everything that comes out of us remains in the nets of our immense divine qualities. But what arouses the greatest wonders? It is to see that the soul that lives in our divine will contains in his small act the immense and powerful act of his Creator. It is to see aligned in the small acts of the finite being the immense love, the immense wisdom, the infinite beauty, the boundless mercy, the endless holiness of the one who created it. That the small contains the great is more wonderful than the great that contains the small. It is easy for our greatness to embrace everything, to lock everything up, without the need for arts or industry, since nothing can escape our immensity. But so that the small contains the great, it requires a particular art, a divine industry, that only our power and our great love can form in the creature. If we didn't do it with our own, it wouldn't be able to do it on its own. It is therefore the wonder of wonders, the greatest of the wonders of life in our divine fiat. The soul becomes so beautiful and so ingenious that it is for us an enchantment to see it. We can say that in each of his small acts converges one of our miracles. Otherwise the small could not contain the big. Our goodness is so great that she takes the greatest pleasure in it, and that she waits with so much love that the creature gives her the opportunity to exercise the divine art of continual miracles. May life in our will be for your heart more than anything. So you will be satisfied. And we will be more satisfied with you. You will be in our creative hands, our field of action and our continual work. If you knew how much we love to work in the souls who live in our will, you would be more careful never to get out of it. After which I followed my abandonment in the divine fiat. I was accompanied by sadness because of so many distressing things that cluttered my poor mind, and that it is not necessary to report here because it is right that Jesus alone knows some intimate secrets. With the most tender accent, my beloved Jesus said to me, "My daughter, you must know. In nature day and night. The soul also has its night, the dawn, the point of the day, the full noon and the sunset. Night calls for day and day for night. It can be said that they call each other. The night of the soul, these are my privations. But for the one who lives in my divine will these nights are precious, they are not lazy rest, restless sleeps. No, no, these are effective nights of rest, peaceful sleep. Because when she sees this night coming, she abandons herself in my arms. To let his tired head rest on my divine heart and to feel his beats. To remove from her sleep a new love and tell me while she sleeps, I love you, oh my Jesus. The sleep of the one who loves me and lives in my will resembles that of the little child who, closing his eyes, calls in a half-sleep, Mom, Mom. Because he wants his arms and his mother's breast to be able to sleep. So much so that when he wakes up, the first word of the child is Mom, and the first smile, the first look is for the mother. This is the soul that lives in my will. She is the little child who, when night comes, seeks the one she loves in order to shoot a new force, a new love to love even more. How beautiful it is to see this sleeping soul asking, desiring, sighing after Jesus. This request and desire calls for dawn, forms the dawn and the coming of the great day, which calls the sun. I get up to form the race of the day and its full noon. But you know, my daughter, that here on earth things alternate. It is only in heaven that it is always in broad daylight. Because my present is eternal among the blessed. That's why when you see that I'm about to leave, do you know where I'm going? Inside of you. After teaching your soul and giving you my lessons in the light of my presence. So that you can understand them very well and that they can serve you food and work during the day, I withdraw and I form the sunset. And I hide in you during the brief night. To be like the actor and the spectator of all your actions. If for you it may seem to be the night, it is for me the most beautiful rest, because after speaking to you, I take my rest in my word itself. And the acts you perform serve me. Lullaby. Relief. Defense and sweet relaxation in my spasms of love. Therefore, let me work. I know when it must be day or night, for you and for me, in your soul. I want eternal peace in you, so that I can complete what I want. If you do not remain at peace, I feel bothered in my work. And it is with difficulty, and no longer easily, that I will accomplish my purposes. My poor mind revolves around the sun of the supreme Fiat. I find it surrounded by touts laovra, sacrifices, suffering and heroisms, accomplished by the old and the new saints, those of the Queen of Heaven and also those who have been fulfilled for the love of our blessed Jesus. The divine will preserves everything. First actor of all the good deeds of creatures, he jealously guards them in deposit and uses them for his glory and that of those who have performed them. And I, seeing that everything was of the will of God, as it is also mine, everything was mine. Turning in each act, I offered them as my own, to better glorify the eternal will and to demand that his kingdom come to earth. I was doing this when my kind Jesus surprised me and said to me, "My daughter, listen to the admirable secret of my will. If the creature wants to find everything that has been done, of beauty, of goodness, of holiness, throughout the history of the world, by me, by the Heavenly Mother and by all the saints, it must enter into the divine will. It is in it that we find all the acts. By recognizing each act, you have reminded us of it. You offered it. Thus the saints who performed this act, this sacrifice, felt called by the soul and saw their act throb again on earth. The glory for their Creator and for themselves is redoubled. And you who have offered this act, you are covered by the heavenly dew of the good of this holy act. And according to the nobility and height of the purpose with which it was offered, the more intense and greater the glory and the good it produces. How many riches does my will possess? In them are all my acts, those of the sovereign Queen, who all wait to be called and offered by the creature in order to redouble the benefits for creatures and to give us a double glory. These acts want to be remembered to pulsate a new life within the creatures. But for lack of attention, there are some who die. Others are weak and survive with difficulty. Some are frozen by the cold or have nothing to satisfy their hunger. Our good, our deeds and our sacrifices do not come out if they are not called, because by remembering them and offering them, the creatures dispose of themselves. To recognize them and to receive the good that our deeds contain. There is then no greater honor that you can give to the whole of heaven than to offer the deeds which they have accomplished on earth for the noble, highest and most sublime purpose of bringing to earth the kingdom of the divine will. After which I continued to think about the divine will. My beloved Jesus added, "My daughter, every act, prayer, thought, affection, word, in order to be accepted, perfect, ordered and complete, must rise to the goal willed by God Himself. Because when the creature rises in his act to the goal desired by the Supreme Being, he embraces the beginning and places in his act the purpose for which God created him. God and the creature then join hands to want and do the same. By doing this, the divine order, the divine act and the reason why God wants her to perform her act enter into the act of the creature. Thus the divine plan enters into the act. It becomes complete, holy, perfect, and orderly, and so does the author of this act. On the other hand, if the creature does not rise to the goal intended by God in his act, it descends to the beginning of its creation and she will not feel the life of the divine act in her. It may perform many acts, but incomplete, defective, disorderly. These will be acts that have lost the purpose intended by the Creator. That's why the thing we like the most is to see our own purpose in the creature's act. We can then say that it continues our life on earth and our active will. in his deeds, his words, and in all things. I feel completely clothed in the omnipotent force of the divine Fiat that absorbs me and transforms me in its light. This light is love and makes the life of the Creator throb in me. This light is word and communicates to me the most wonderful news about the beginning of my existence. Relationships. The bonds of union. Communicating virtue. The inseparability that still exists between God and me. But who keeps all this in full force, if not the divine will? Oh! Power of the Supreme Fiat! Prostrate in the immensity of your light. I adore you deeply and my little nothing is lost in your love. I was thinking this when my sweet Jesus said to me, "My dear daughter, only my will maintains and preserves intact, by a continual act, the beginning of the creation of the creature." Our Supreme Being gave the beginning and animated his life by the power of our divine breath. This breath should never be interrupted. Especially since when we give and perform an act, we never withdraw it. It serves to form the complete work of being that we bring to light. This first act serves to give the beginning and to form life. It also serves to make the creature a completed act. Through our breath, we form in it our continual acts in order to complete our divine life. Our breath forms in small sips the growth of our life in the creature. By giving himself, he forms our completed act of holiness, beauty, love, goodness, etc. When we have filled it to the point that we no longer have an act to put in it because it is limited, our breath ceases and its life ends on earth. In order to immortalize our breath in the sky, we carry our finished life in it, our finished act, in our heavenly sojourn as a triumph of our creation. There are no rarer beauties than these lives and deeds completed in the heavenly sojourn. These lives are the narrators. Our power. The enthusiasm of our love. They are the voices who say our omnipotent breath, which can only form the divine life, our completed act in the creature. But do you know where we can form this life and this completed act that are ours? In the soul that lives in our divine will and allows itself to be dominated by it. Ah, it is only in it that we can form the divine life and develop our complete act. Our will disposes the creature to receive all the divine qualities and colors. Our breath never interrupted, like the artist's brush, paints with admirable and inimitable mastery the most beautiful colors and forms the images of our Supreme Being. Without these images, there would be not had this great work of creation, nor the great work of the power of our creative hands. Creating the sun, the sky, and the stars, and the whole universe would have been a magnificent nothingness for our power. But on the contrary, all our power, all our divine arts, the indescribable excess of our intense love, it is to perform our completed act in the creature by forming in it our life. Our gratification is such that we ourselves remain under the spell of the act we develop. Performing a completed act in the creature is the greatest glory that glorifies us the most intense love that praises us the most, the power that continually praises us. But alas, for the one who does not live in our will! How many broken and unconvincing acts! How many of our divine lives barely conceived or which at most are born without growing! The creatures break the continuation of our work and bind our arms. They put us in the position of a master who owns land, but whom ungrateful servants prevent to do what he wants with his land, to sow it and plant what he wants. Poor master whose land is barren, without the fruit he could receive from it because of the iniquity of his servants. Creatures are our land. The ungrateful servant is the human will that by opposing our own prevents us from forming our divine life in them. Now you must know that in heaven no one enters without possessing our divine life, or at least our life conceived or born. Such will be the glory, the beatitude of the blessed, according to the growth of our life formed in them. What will be the difference? For the one which has barely allowed him to be conceived, to be born or to grow, in relation to the creature that let us form a complete life? The difference will be such that it is incomprehensible to human nature. These will be like the people of the celestial kingdom. On the other hand, those who are in our image will be like princes, ministers, the noble court, the royal army of the great king. Therefore, the creature who makes my divine will and lives in her can say, I do everything and I also belong as this earth to the family of my heavenly Father. My little existence always turns into the divine will. I feel that He is pulling me more and more towards Him. Every word, light, or knowledge on His part is a new life that He infuses in me. An unusual joy that I feel and an endless happiness, greater than what it is possible for me to contain because I am too small. I feel as if my heart can burst with divine joy and happiness. Oh! Divine will! Make yourself known, possessed, and loved so that all may be happy, but of heavenly and not earthly happiness. I thought that. Then my sweet Jesus made His little visit to me and He said to me, My daughter, Choc acte que tu accomplis dans ma divine volonté est un pas que tu fais vers Dieu. Tu fais alors un pas vers toi. Le pas de la creature est l'appel qui invite le pas divin à aller à sa rencontre. Nous et nous les sons jamais de passer au vaincre parsesx. Sil fait un pas, nous en faisons 5, dix. Parce que notre amour est plus grand que le sien, il précipite et multiplie les pas pour hater la rencontre et plonger les deux l'un dans l'autre. C'est souvent nous qui faisons le premier pas pour inviter la creature à venir vers nous. Nous voulons notre creature. Nous voulons lui donner quelque chose de nous. Nous voulons qu'elle nous ressemble. Nous voulons la rendre heureuse. Therefore we do everything to call Him the one who is in our will, oh! As she hears the gentle sound of our footsteps and hurries to come to us in order to receive the fruits of our steps. Do you want to know what these fruits are? Our creative word. For as soon as the encounter occurs, the creature throws itself into the center of our Supreme Being. We receive it with so much love that, unable to contain it, we unite it with us. By our word we pour out our knowledge on it, making it a part of our divine being. So much so that each of our words is an outpouring. The degrees of knowledge that the creature acquires through our word are all degrees of participation that it receives from its Creator. Every act you perform in my divine will thus becomes a path for this step in order to form yourself entirely of divine will. My word will use you with formation, light, and participation in our divinity. After which my abandonment in the divine Fiat continued. My sweet Jesus added, Little girl of my will, you must know that the only purpose of creation was our love which, by manifesting Himself outside of us, has formed its center where to develop its purpose. This center was the creature in whom we should make our life throb and make him feel our love. And all of creation should be the circumference of this center, much like the sun's rays, which should surround, beautify, and support this center, who, by fixing Himself in us, should give us the field to manifest a new love. To make this center more beautiful, richer, more majestic, and on which our love could look. To accomplish a work worthy of our creative hands. All creatures should form, united together, the center of our manifested love. But many have moved away from the center. Our love has remained suspended, without having what to fixate on. To accomplish His primary purpose, the very reason for His exit. But the order of our wisdom, the active life of our manifested love could not tolerate the failure of our purpose. Throughout the centuries, there has always been a soul that God has formed as the center of all creation. It's in her that our love was based and that our life was beating and attaining the purpose of all creation. It is through all these centers that creation is maintained and that the world still exists. Otherwise it would have no reason to exist. For He would miss the life and the cause of all things. So there has not been and there will never be a century where we will not choose dear souls, more or less important, which will form the center of creation and in whom we will have our throbbing life and our love at work. According to the times, the needs and the circumstances. They have been offered for the good and defense of all, and they alone supported my sacrosanct rights and have offered me the field in which to maintain the order of my infinite wisdom. Now you must know that these souls have been chosen by our divine being in every century as the center of creation, according to the good we wanted to do and make known, and also according to the needs of the scattered centers. Hence the diversity of their actions, their words, and the good they have done. But all the substance of these souls was my pulsating life and my love manifested at work in them. We have chosen you in this century as the center of all creation in order to make known the great good with more clarity and what it means to do our will, so that everyone may desire it and call his kingdom, so that dispersed centers can meet in this unique center and form only one. Creation is a birth born by the power of my divine will. It is right and necessary for all to recognize. Who is that mother who with so much love gave them birth, so that all her children may be united to the will of their mother? Having one will, it will be easy to form a single center where this heavenly mother will throb our divine life and our love at work. Especially since the predominant vice of this century, the idol of many, is the human will, even in the good they do. This is why we see that from within this good come many faults and sins. This shows that the source that animated them was not pure, but vicious. Because the true good knows how to produce good fruits. This is what we know if the good we are doing is true or false. There is therefore an extreme necessity to make known my divine will. Union link. Powerful weapon of peace. Beneficial restorer of human society. I am still in the arms of the divine will that forms its day of light in my little soul, and although a cloud appears in that day, the power of its light is fixed on it and the cloud seeing itself observed flees, dissipates, and seems to say, it is seen that there is no place for me in this day that forms the divine will in the creature. And it seems that she replies, where I am, there is no place for anyone because I want a single act of my will with the creature, which does not admit anything that does not belong to me. Oh! Divine will, how admirable, powerful and kind you are, and how great your jealousy where you reign. Oh! Always put on the run my miseries, my weaknesses, and the clouds of my will so that my day can always be eternal and the sky of my little soul always serene. But I was thinking this when my kind Jesus said to me, my daughter, good is light. If this good is accomplished in my divine will, as many rays are formed as good deeds, and my fiat is fixed on these rays of light in the circumference of its eternal light. Sibkces ax prenant place dans nos ax et rumplicent un double fonction. Undul wange, de adoration et d'amour eternal envers notre adorable majeste, et. Another of defense, mercy, help and light for the human generation according to the circumstances in which it finds itself. On the other hand, if good deeds are not performed in my will and with his power, even though they are light, they do not have the strength to enlarge to fix themselves in the circumference of our light, and they remain without support like broken rays and therefore without eternal life. Without having the light source, they may gradually turn off. After my abandonment in the divine will, I felt all afflicted by the deprivation of my sweet Jesus. His deprivation is like a hammer that always beats to make my pain even worse. And he stops beating when the divine guest comes out of hiding to pay his little visit to his beloved creature. His sweet presence, his kindness revives the joy of sadness itself. And the hammer ceases its constant and cruel work. But as soon as the celestial visitor withdraws, he begins to beat again and my poor soul is then on the lookout, in case he can be seen and heard again. And I look forward to the one who hurt me and who alone has the power to heal this wound, unfortunately so painful. But I was thus pouring out my sorrow when my sweet Jesus returned embracing my poor soul. He said to me, "Girl, I am here. Surrender in my arms and rest. Your surrender in me calls for my surrender in you and forms my sweet rest in your soul. The abandonment in me forms the sweet and powerful chain that binds me so closely to the soul that I can no longer detach myself from it, to the point of constituting his dear and tender prisoner. Surrender in me gives birth to true trust. Then the soul trusts in me and I trust in it. I trust in his love, which will not weaken. I trust in his sacrifices who will never deny me anything I ask. And I have full confidence that I can accomplish my purposes. Surrender in me says that it gives me freedom and that I am free to do what I want. By trusting in her, I manifest to her my most intimate secrets. Therefore, my daughter, I want you completely abandoned in my arms. The more you are abandoned in me, the more you will feel my abandonment in you. And me, how can I surrender myself in you if you escape? Jesus added. Abandonment is perfect when, seeing that I am escaping, you surrender yourself even more. It does not make it easier for me to leave, but binds me even more. Then he added. My daughter, life, holiness consists of two acts. God gives his will and the creature receives it. After that life was formed in her by this act of the divine will that she received to give it back as an act of her will. In order to receive it again. Give and receive and give. It's all there. God could not give more than the continual act of his will to the creature. The creature could not give more to God. For all that the creature can receive from his divine will has been received by him as the formation of divine life. The whole interior of the creature becomes as the people of the kingdom of the divine will. Intelligence. Faithful people who pride themselves on being led by the commander-in-chief of the divine fiat. The crowd of thoughts that crowd around and aspire to know and love evermore the great king who sits enthroned at the center of intelligence. Of the creature. Desires, affections, palpitations that come out of the heart. Increase the number of inhabitants of my kingdom, O, as they crowd around his throne. They are all attentive, ready to receive divine orders and carry them out at the very cost of their lives. What an obedient and ordered people that the kingdom of my divine fiat. There are no disputes, no dissensions. There is only this crowd of people inside this happy creature who wants only one and the same thing. Like a well-trained army. They place themselves in the fortress of the kingdom of my divine will. Thus, when the interior of the creature becomes entirely my people, it comes out of the inside end. He increases the people of words, the people of works, the people of steps. It can be said that every act that this heavenly people forms contains the word, the order written in golden letters, will of God. And when this crowd of people sets out to perform each other's function, they take out the flag with the motto Fiat, followed by the words written in living light, we belong to the great King of the Supreme Fiat. You see, therefore, that every creature who allows himself to be dominated by my will forms a people for the kingdom of God.